Chapter 3064. Exploding Star. Lu Ming transformed into a green-armored ancient god. He did not hold back at all. He exerted all his strength. A terrifying spear gleam burst forth and then exploded. Rumble. The destructive power bombarded the light screen of the formation, but the formation only trembled a little before returning to normal. This kid is actually so powerful. Deng Xiao was shocked when he saw Lu Ming's attack. He was secretly glad that he did not attack Lu Ming directly. Instead, he brought Lu Ming to the stone tablet and trapped Lu Ming with the yin-yang formation. However, he immediately laughed again. Kid, don't waste your energy. You can't break this formation with brute force. Break. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to his opponent and continued to attack. He must break this formation and save Qiuyu. Otherwise, Qiuyu would be possessed. Lu Ming absolutely could not let such a thing happen. Boom. Lu Ming launched a frenzied attack. Streaks of terrifying spear gleams bombarded the light screen, but it was useless. No matter how Lu Ming attacked, the light screen only trembled slightly and was fine. No matter how strong the bombardment was, it was the same. It could not be broken at all. After a while, Lu Ming stopped, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Old Liang, aren't you able to sense the energy of the formation? Why didn't you inform me in advance when that old man brought me in? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the measuring word incantation. Last time, when they were ambushed, the measuring word incantation had sensed the formation set up by the other party in advance. Why didn't he warn him this time? If he had been warned in advance, Lu Ming would have been alert and would not have been trapped by the formation. Kid, do you think I'm the guy with the word formation? I can sense any formation. I could sense it last time because the formation set up by the other party was a killing formation. Moreover, it was newly set up and its energy was surging. That's why I could sense it. This formation is a trapping formation. Its energy is extremely mild, especially since it has been set up for many years. If it is not activated normally, there will be no energy reaction. How can I sense it? The measuring word incantation shouted unhappily. Lu Ming was speechless. He could not blame the measuring word incantation. I saw that there was a formation here before. At this moment, another voice sounded in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. That voice was clearly the voice of the Vitality Stone Spirit. Why didn't you remind me? Lu Ming asked. Do I need to remind you? As the owner of the Vitality Stone, if he couldn't even solve such a small problem, how could he compete with other competitors in the future? How can one wield a complete life spirit Vitality Stone and be called an overlord of the universe? The spirit asked. Lu Ming was stunned by the question, and he gritted his teeth. This old guy deliberately did not remind him. Lu Ming wished he could step on his face. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Do you have any way to get out? Lu Ming asked. No, the spirit and the measuring word incantation said in unison. Lu Ming almost vomited blood. Kid, are you desperate now? I've said that you can't get out. Even a peak divine king can't break this formation by force. You can only get out with a special method. Deng Xiao burst out laughing. He felt great at the sight of Lu Ming being dealt a blow. Special method? Lu Ming whispered. Why? What special method do you want to know? All right, I'll tell you. Deng Xiao smiled and stared at the stone tablet. The method to break this formation is the secret technique on the stone tablet, the yin-yang god eyes. As long as you cultivate the yin-yang god eyes, you can easily break this yin-yang formation. Secret technique, the yin-yang god eyes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone tablet. However, I have to remind you that there are conditions to cultivate the yin-yang god eyes. Two people have to control two completely opposite divine, gray divine forces and be connected in mind to succeed. Moreover, even if you meet the conditions, you won't be able to comprehend it without at least 100 years. What do you think of this condition? It's simple, right? Ha. Deng Xiao laughed crazily at the end of his sentence. It was impossible for Lu Ming to fulfill this condition. In order to cultivate the yin-yang god eye, one would need two completely opposite types of divine gray divine powers. This required two people who were of the same mind. Even so, it would take at least 100 years to comprehend it, even if one's talent was amazing. In 100 years, Autumn Moon would have been taken over by his master. Therefore, Deng Xiao had mentioned this condition because he wasn't afraid that Lu Ming would succeed. He had said it specifically to anger Lu Ming. He knew the method, but couldn't cultivate it. He wanted to see how desperate Lu Ming would be. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming's face didn't show any signs of despair. Instead, his eyes lit up as if he had seen the light of hope. Two completely opposite divine-grade divine forces. Lu Ming controlled the Sun Divine Force and the Sun Divine Force. Weren't they two completely opposite divine-grade divine forces? One was yang and one was yin. One was extreme yang and the other was extreme yin. Others needed two people to control two different divine forces, but Lu Ming could do it alone. Moreover, they had to be connected in mind. Even if two people were connected in mind, how could one person be connected? As long as Lu Ming could comprehend it before Autumn Moon was taken over, he would be able to break free and save Autumn Moon. 8 years. According to Deng Xiao, the stone I would be able to successfully take over his body in 8 years. Lu Ming had to succeed in comprehending it within 8 years. Lu Ming ignored Deng Xiao and sat cross-legged under the stone tablet. He began to study the runes on the tablet. Humph, you want to comprehend the yin-yang god eye? Dream on. Deng Xiao laughed disdainfully. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could comprehend it. First of all, he needed two completely opposite divine-grade divine forces. Lu Ming couldn't have them. He thought that Lu Ming was desperate and knew that he couldn't get out, so he was just putting on an act for him to see. Wait patiently. When my master succeeds in taking over your body, he will kill you. Deng Xiao sneered and retreated to the side to monitor Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the runes on the stone tablet wholeheartedly. The stone tablet was covered with mysterious runes that intertwined with each other to form a mysterious pattern. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and felt dizzy. Just as Deng Xiao said, even if one met the requirements and had exceptional talent, it wasn't easy to comprehend the yin-yang god eye. It was too difficult. It was harder to cultivate than any of Lu Ming's secret skills. After resting for a while, Lu Ming continued to comprehend it. Time flew, and a few months passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming finally understood something. Chapter 3065. After a few months of comprehension, Lu Ming finally had an idea of what was going on. The yin-yang god eyes was based on two things. The first was the two completely opposite divine powers. For example, extreme yin and extreme cold, darkness and light, or even a combination of fast and slow, as long as the two opposite divine powers work together. The second was the runes on the stone tablet. When the two opposite divine powers worked together with the runes, they could evolve into endless changes in his eyes and evolve into terrifying killing moves. However, these runes were too complicated, especially the ones that formed the yin-yang god eyes. The more Lu Ming looked at them, the more he felt that there were endless changes in them. Mysterious. It's really mysterious, Lu Ming exclaimed. However, this aroused Lu Ming's competitive spirit even more. Next, Lu Ming focused even more on comprehending. Time passed day by day, month by month. Time flew by, and almost 4 years had passed. At this moment, 10 years had passed since Lu Ming and the others entered Xianxia Ancient City. All these years, Lu Ming had been sitting cross-legged under the stone tablet, not moving at all. On this day, Lu Ming, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. There were no eyeballs in his eyes at all. There were only two colors in his eyes. On the left, it was dark like an abyss. On the right, it was snow white and emitted a holy light. In the next moment, dense runes flashed continuously in Lu Ming's eyes. After a long while, they disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes also returned to normal. It's been almost 4 years, and I've finally mastered it, Lu Ming muttered. The difficulty of cultivating this yin-yang god eyes was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Given Lu Ming's talent, regardless of whether he was cultivating other secret skills or divine skills, his speed was astonishingly fast and far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, it took him almost 4 years to cultivate this kind of secret skill at the entry level. Now that I've mastered it, I should be able to leave this formation, Lu Ming whispered, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. Another 4 years had passed. Hopefully, the mid-autumn moon could hold on. Lu Ming slowly got up and walked out of the array. Oh my, after sitting here for 4 years, there's finally some movement? Don't tell me you want to kneel and beg for mercy? Deng Xiu mocked when he saw Lu Ming stand up. This time I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. What? Kill me? Ha ha ha. You've been sitting there for 4 years. Have you lost your mind? If you want to kill me, can you come out? Why don't you come out first? Ha ha. Deng Xiu laughed mockingly, but his laughter became softer and softer. In the end, his laughter got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't laugh anymore. His huge eye was filled with disbelief. This was because Lu Ming's eyes had undergone a major change. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, interweaving into a strange pattern. Afterward, in the void in front of Lu Ming, many runes appeared out of thin air. These runes were like threads, intertwining with each other and flying towards the light screen formed by the formation. Chi-chi, these runes collided with the light screen of the formation, creating a sizzling sound. Then, the light screen was cut open, forming a door. The formation was broken. Lu Ming took a step forward and was out of the formation. At this moment, Deng Xiu stared at Lu Ming as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted in disbelief, Yin Yang God Eyes! How could you have mastered Yin Yang God Eyes? This is impossible. This is impossible, Deng Xiu shouted like a madman. This was completely beyond his comprehension. Nothing is impossible when it comes to me, Lu Ming said coldly. Deng Xiu was shocked and quickly retreated. Lu Ming was about to give chase when he suddenly staggered and almost fell. At the same time, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes and 2 streams of blood flowed out. I didn't expect that using the Yin Yang God Eyes would put such a huge burden on my body and eyes. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. When he used the Yin Yang God Eyes to break the formation, Lu Ming's divine power was depleted. He felt weak and his eyes were severely injured. Although the Yin Yang God Eyes was powerful, it had a high requirement to use it. The Yin Yang God Eyes are divided into Yin Yang and Yang Yang. If I use them separately, it might be better. However, using both at the same time is too much of a burden. I have to be careful in the future. Lu Ming thought to himself. Min, kill this brat for me. At this moment, Deng Xiu finally reacted and yelled. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Deng Xiu's voice fell, figures rushed out from all directions. These figures all had huge eyes, and they looked exactly like Deng Xiu. It was very disgusting. Clearly, they were the same as Deng Xiu. They were all formed from his master's minced flesh. Kill! Kill this brat! These eyeballs roared loudly. Beams of divine light shot out from their eyes and charged toward Lu Ming. Ice chains! At this moment, the divine power in the quantum formula surged out and Lu Ming's body was filled with divine power. Then, 9 ice chains flew out and blocked in front of Lu Ming. The divine light bombarded the ice chains, but they were all blocked by the ice chains. That's all there is to it. Then go to hell. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. After exchanging blows, Lu Ming discovered that the power of these eyeballs was ordinary. The most powerful one was only a half-step divine king. Lu Ming used the ancient god body and turned into a green-armored ancient god. He shook his long spear and shot out beams of spear light towards the eyeballs. Bam! 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 These eyeballs were pierced by the spear light and exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, dozens of eyeballs were killed. Moon slash. Then, Lu Ming used the moon slash again. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed out and killed a large number of eyeballs. No wonder you didn't dare to attack me directly. Instead, you trapped me in a formation. Your strength is average. Lu Ming had a thought. He held the long spear in his hand and charged toward the group of eyeballs, killing them all. In fact, it was normal. These eyeballs were their owners in the early days of the Heavenly Palace era when they fought with the owner of the cave mansion. The owner of the cave mansion destroyed their bodies and left behind some flesh and blood. After countless years, they evolved into evil creatures. No matter how strong their owners were, some of the flesh and blood that had been destroyed had lost a lot of spirituality after so many years. Naturally, the creatures they evolved into would not be that strong. Soon, hundreds of eyeballs were killed by Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stepped out and closed in on Deng Xiao. "Brat, you are courting death." Deng Xiao shouted in horror. He turned around and fled towards one of the many passages. "So it's this passage. Saves me the trouble of looking for it." Lu Ming sneered. The passage that Deng Xiao escaped through was probably the place where Qiu Autumn Moon and his owner were. Deng Xiao was afraid and would most likely escape to his owner. Chapter 3066. Deng Xiao fled in front, while Lu Ming chased after him leisurely. Along the way, those eyeball monsters kept attacking Lu Ming, but they were all easily killed by Lu Ming. Not long after, they went through a few passages and came to a bronze door. "Master, save me, save me!" Deng Xiao screamed in horror and pushed the bronze door with all his might. Kacha! The bronze door was opened. The moment the bronze door was opened, Lu Ming saw the scene behind the door. Behind the door was a stone room. In the middle of the stone room, a young lady was sitting cross-legged. It was Autumn Moon. From a distance, Lu Ming could see that Autumn Moon's face revealed a trace of pain. She seemed to be struggling to hold on. Her body was covered with a layer of 9-colored divine light. However, compared to a few years ago, the 9-color divine light on Autumn Moon's body seemed to have dimmed a lot. On top of Autumn Moon's head, there was an eyeball with a diameter of a few meters. It was flickering with a black radiance and was constantly approaching Autumn Moon. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was slightly relieved. At least, Autumn Moon was still holding on and had not been taken over by the other party. However, the anger in Lu Ming's heart burned fiercely. "Master, save me!" Deng Xiao screamed and wanted to rush towards the stone eyeball. "Moon slaying," Lu Ming said coldly. His long spear slashed down, and a crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Deng Xiao. Deng Xiao's cultivation was only equivalent to an ordinary half-step divine king. He could not block Lu Ming's attack. The spear light slashed through, and Deng Xiao screamed miserably as he was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode towards the door. Behind the door was a huge stone room. However, it was in a mess. The walls of the stone room were filled with cracks and dents. It seemed like a great battle had taken place here. The buildings here were filled with runes and were incomparably tough. The strength of those who could fill the walls with cracks and dents was definitely astonishing. This was most likely left behind by the Great War at the beginning of the Heavenly Palace era. Lu Ming glanced around and found nothing out of the ordinary. Then, he strode toward the mid-Autumn Moon. "Get lost, brat." At this moment, the stone eyeball above Autumn Moon's head let out a loud roar. "You're the one who should get lost," Lu Ming coldly shouted. His long spear swept out, sweeping towards the stone bead. "You're courting death." The stone bead let out a loud cry. Then, a beam of divine light shot out from the stone eyeball and blasted towards Lu Ming. Clang! The divine light bombarded the long spear, causing it to vibrate violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying power coming from the spear, and his body involuntarily trembled as he retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, divine light continuously shot out from the stone eyeball. In the blink of an eye, it had shot out dozens of beams of divine light. Space whistled as dozens of divine lights shot towards Lu Ming. Moon slaying, his divine power surged wildly. Lu Ming continuously cast the moon-slaying technique for more than 10 times. More than 10 crescent-shaped spear gleams slashed out, blocking the dozens of divine lights. Lu Ming didn't dare to use the exploding star technique. Exploding star was an indiscriminate attack. If he used it, it would envelop the mid-Autumn Moon as well. A 5th-level celestial god with such strength. Wait a minute, You have the origin ancient words in your body. They're the words battle and quantity. Ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Once I possess this girl and combine the two origin ancient words, this heavenly lord will definitely regain his glory. No, I might even become stronger. The stone eyeball started to let out a surprise sound. Then it laughed as if it was in ecstasy. Lu Ming was shocked. This stone eyeball actually saw through the two origin ancient characters in his body right away. In the past, Lu Ming had met many divine kings, but none of them could see the ancient origin words in his body. Because the ancient origin words could hide themselves, outsiders couldn't see them at all. This stone eyeball was incredible. I must destroy this eyeball. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Then he waved his spear and kept attacking the stone eyeball. Kid, go to hell. A cold voice came out from the stone eyeball. It vibrated slightly, as if it was preparing for a more terrifying attack. But then Autumn Moon shouted, and the nine-colored divine light on her body suddenly became bright. A nine-colored heart could be vaguely seen beating in her heart. The sacred heart of 9 orifices. Apparently, Autumn Moon had also noticed Lu Ming. When the stone eyeball was distracted to attack Lu Ming, she also launched a counterattack. Damn it! The stone eyeball let out a roar. It had to divert more energy to deal with Autumn Moon and less energy to deal with Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! In the stone chamber, the rumbling continued. Lu Ming kept attacking and finally got close to the stone eyeball. Dong! Finally, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and hit the stone eyeball with his spear. The stone eyeball shook violently, but nothing happened. Lu Ming didn't break it. Kid, you can't break my defense. Although so many years have passed and my strength is less than 1 billion at my peak, my defense is still there. You can't break it, haha. The stone eyeball laughed. Is that so? Then I'll pull you apart, Lu Ming said coldly. Then 9 ice chains flew out and wrapped around the stone eyeball. A layer of ice crystals appeared on the stone eyeball, trying to freeze it. Get lost. The stone eyeball roared and black divine light rushed out from its surface. The ice crystals exploded one after another. The black divine light hit the ice chains. The ice chains shook violently, and cracks appeared on some of the ice chains. The ice chains couldn't withstand it anymore. Come here! Lu Ming shouted and desperately pulled the ice chains, trying to pull the stone eyeball away from Autumn Moon's head. As long as the stone eyeball was pulled away, Autumn Moon would be saved. Even if they couldn't kill the stone eyeball, they could still escape. Pung! Pung! Under the constant assault of the stone eyeball's divine light, 2 of the ice chains were finally broken. You can't pull me away, the stone eyeball roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes were calm. With a wave of his hand, 2 more ice chains flew out and wrapped around the stone eyeball. Next, as long as the ice chains broke, Lu Ming would immediately condense them. Lu Ming had plenty of divine power to waste. A moment later, the stone eyeball was finally pulled away by Lu Ming. After being pulled away a little, Autumn Moon immediately seized the opportunity to resist. Kid, you're courting death. You're courting death. Don't think that I, the Lord of Heaven, have no way to deal with you. Die. A furious roar came from within the stone eyeball. Then a beam of light flew out from within the stone eyeball. When the beam of light flew out, it turned into a figure. It was a middle-aged man wearing ancient armor. The most peculiar thing about him was his eyes. They were extremely bright, like 2 suns. Chapter 3067. The middle-aged man was obviously the original form of the stone eyeball. At this moment, he was staring at Lu Ming furiously and roaring, Kid, I'll let you experience the God-destroying light of this Lord Heaven. It's your honor to die under the God-destroying light. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned into a ray of divine light and rushed towards Lu Ming, enveloping Lu Ming in divine light. As soon as he was enveloped by the divine light, Lu Ming felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt a great sense of danger. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Ming felt waves of piercing pain all over his body. The light seemed to be melting his body. Block it! Lu Ming roared in his heart. He unleashed all his divine power and used the 9 layers golden armor to cover his body to block the divine light. However, the 9 layers golden armor was useless. Chi-chi, under the divine light, the 9 layers golden armor emitted a sizzling sound, as if ice and snow had met fire and was constantly melting. Kid, you actually control so many types of divine power? Amazing, really amazing. The stone eyeball's voice sounded again, full of surprise. Obviously, the other party didn't know about the existence of the universe myriad Dao technique. However, at this moment, Lu Ming didn't have the time to think about it. He only wanted to block the divine light because it was too terrifying. It constantly penetrated Lu Ming's 9 layers golden armor and enveloped Lu Ming's body. As soon as the divine light touched Lu Ming's skin, Lu Ming's body felt as if it was being burned by fire. A piercing pain spread all over his body. Lu Ming was even horrified to find that wherever the divine light touched, Lu Ming's flesh and blood melted like ice and snow. This scene was extremely terrifying. If this continued, Lu Ming's body would be melted by the divine light. The other party called this divine light the God-destroying light. It was indeed terrifying. The other party's strength was less than 1,000,000,000,000 of his peak, but it still had such amazing power. Ice chains. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the frost shackles and wrapped them around his body. He wanted to use the frost shackles to block the attack of the God-slaying light. However, the ice shackles were unable to withstand the God-destroying light. Under the God-destroying light, the ice shackles rapidly melted. Old Liang, do you have a way to absorb this divine light? At the critical moment, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the measuring formula. There's nothing I can do about it. This is the light of destruction, and the other party is an ancient existence. His willpower is too strong. How can I possibly absorb the power that he cultivated? Unless your cultivation level is comparable to his, then I'll be able to unleash its power. The quantifying formula said. Lu Ming was speechless and placed his hopes on the rock spirit. Old man, do you have any ideas? If you don't help me this time, I'm going to die. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the rock spirit. I'm just an incomplete rock spirit. What can I do? Moreover, the other party is the divine I Lord of Heaven. The God-destroying light of the divine I Lord of Heaven is one of the most terrifying forces in the world. Sigh, it seems that I'm too unlucky. I just acknowledged you as my master, and you're going to die. Sigh. The rock spirit heaved a long sigh. Lu Ming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Not only did the old man refuse to help, but he even cursed him. Lu Ming wished he could stomp on the old man. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk at this moment. More and more God-destroying light touched Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming discovered that his flesh was melting. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Lu Ming was completely melted by the God-destroying light. Unfortunately, Lu Ming couldn't do anything about it. Ha, boy, you're really my lucky star. You actually brought me 2 origin ancient characters. Opportunity, a great opportunity. The other party laughed and became more and more excited. On the other hand, Lu Ming became more and more anxious. Could it be that he and Autumn were going to die here today? Let's fight. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and decided to try burning the ancient god's heart. It was better than dying here. Although Lu Ming felt that it might not be useful even if he burned the ancient god's heart. The god-destroying light was too strange, but he had to give it a try. However, before burning the ancient god's heart, Lu Ming had to take out the purple copper coffin. The last time Lu Ming burned the ancient god's heart, it was because of the purple copper coffin that he recovered. If burning the ancient god's heart could deal with the stone eyeball, maybe he could recover with the help of the purple copper coffin. He had to give it a try, right? Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the purple copper coffin flew out from the frightening feather painting. But just as the purple copper coffin flew out, something strange happened. The purple copper coffin suddenly shone brightly and flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows, floating above Lu Ming's head. Crack! The lid of the purple copper coffin opened by itself, revealing a gap. A terrifying and unimaginable aura spread out from the gap of the coffin lid. Compared to this aura, Lu Ming felt that he was just a speck of dust. No, the strongest divine king that Lu Ming had met was just a speck of dust in front of this aura. Lu Ming seemed to see the great battle of the ancient gods through the lid of the purple copper coffin. Ah, why do you have such a thing? Why do you have such a thing? At this moment, the divine Lord of Heaven suddenly screamed. His voice was filled with endless horror and fear. He seemed to recognize the purple copper coffin. Buzz! The aura of the purple copper coffin enveloped Lu Ming's body. The light of destruction on Lu Ming's body began to vibrate violently. Then, it left Lu Ming's body and turned into a figure again. It was the middle-aged man who called himself the divine Lord of Heaven. The middle-aged man's face was filled with endless horror and disbelief. How could such a legendary thing appear on your body? Impossible, impossible! The divine Lord of Heaven roared and tried to escape. However, there seemed to be a force of attraction from the purple copper coffin that firmly locked onto the divine Lord of Heaven. No matter how the divine Lord of Heaven struggled, it was useless. He was flying toward the gap of the purple copper coffin. No, no, no. The divine Lord of Heaven roared in horror and struggled madly, but it was useless. After a few breaths, the divine Lord of Heaven was completely sucked into the purple copper coffin. After the divine Lord of Heaven was sucked in, the purple copper coffin closed automatically. All the aura disappeared, and the purple copper coffin returned to its simple and unadorned appearance. Then, it fell and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly controlled the frightening feather painting and sucked the purple copper coffin into it. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. This time, it was really thrilling. He did not expect the purple copper coffin to work at the critical moment and suck the divine Lord of Heaven in. Until now, Lu Ming was still a little stunned. Everything had changed too quickly. After a long while, Lu Ming recovered and walked toward the autumn moon. At this moment, the autumn moon shouted softly, "Keep." Then, the 9-colored divine light on the autumn moon shone brightly and covered the stone eyeball. The stone eyeball began to shrink and flew toward the autumn moon's body. Chapter 3068. The 9-colored divine light shrouded the stone eyeball. The stone eyeball began to shrink and flew toward Chiao, autumn moon's body. Dream little talk star. Calm Lu Ming was shocked and was about to step forward to stop it. Master, don't act rashly. This is a great opportunity for this girl. Shiling's voice sounded. Great opportunity? Lu Ming was puzzled. He stopped in his tracks. Yes, this stone eyeball can be said to be transformed from one of the eyes of the divine Lord of Heaven. It contains all the inheritance of the divine Lord of Heaven. Now that the remnant soul of the divine Lord of Heaven has been completely destroyed, this stone eyeball will be absorbed and integrated by this girl. This girl will obtain the inheritance of the divine Lord of Heaven. This is the inheritance of the divine Lord of Heaven. This girl also has the 9 apertures Sacred Heart. Her future achievements will be limitless. She will be a capable assistant of Master. Shiling explained. Lu Ming was delighted. The soul of the divine Lord of Heaven had been taken away by the purple copper coffin. Now, this stone eyeball was equivalent to a treasure that could be absorbed and refined. Chiao Autumn Moon was going to refine this stone eyeball and obtain the inheritance of the other party. By the way, what's the background of the divine Lord of Heaven? Lu Ming asked. His background is amazing. How many people in the primitive universe dare to call themselves the Lord of Heaven? Every one of them is an overlord in the world. Shiling said. In the end, you didn't say anything about the other party's background. Lu Ming curled his lips. The Heavenly Palace. Do you know about it? Shiling asked. The Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Is he from the Heavenly Palace? Yes. The title of the Lord of Heaven is only in the Heavenly Palace. Every Lord of Heaven is a giant in the Heavenly Palace. Shiling explained. Lu Ming was shocked. The primitive universe was divided into the incipient God era and the Heavenly Palace era. The reason why it was divided into the Heavenly Palace era was because of the Heavenly Palace. After the incipient God era, the Heavenly Palace had become the real overlord of the desolate universe. It ruled the entire universe. The divine Lord of Heaven was actually a giant from the Heavenly Palace. Such a background was truly shocking. However, according to legend, there was more than one Heavenly Palace in the primitive universe. Lu Ming did not know the details. After all, such a force was too far away from Lu Ming. Even the Taishu dynasty was just an ant in front of the Heavenly Palace. However, Lu Ming couldn't help but reveal a look of joy when he thought about how he could obtain the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven by Autumn Moon. The inheritance of the Lord of Heaven was incredible. At this moment, the stone eyeball shrank and turned into a jet of light, shooting into Autumn Moon's body and disappearing. Boom! In the next moment, an intimidating aura exploded from Autumn Moon's body. The aura was earth-shaking, filling the stone chamber. It was incomparably violent. Autumn Moon's soft body trembled. Her face paled and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. What's going on? Lu Ming was frightened. Oh no, there's still residual energy in the eyeball of Lord of Divine Eye. There's too much energy. Even if this girl has the 9 orifices Sacred Heart, she won't be able to absorb that much at once. Her body is going to explode from the energy. Shiling hurried to shout, "What can we do?" Lu Ming was extremely worried. At this moment, Autumn Moon coughed out another mouthful of blood. Her body swelled up. "Kid, hurry up. This is ownerless energy. I can absorb it. I'll transfer some of it to you. Help her share some of it, and she'll be fine." Measuring Formula shouted. "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Ming nodded repeatedly. He was too concerned. Lu Ming did not think of such a simple method. Lu Ming strode forward and came to Autumn Moon's side. His glabella shone, and the measuring formula flew out. A devouring force shrouded Autumn Moon's body. Suddenly, the energy in Autumn Moon's body was absorbed by the measuring formula. Autumn Moon's body began to shrink. Soon, she returned to her original size. Autumn Moon's aura also began to stabilize. The Sacred Heart of 9 orifices on her chest shone brightly and pulsated like a drum. Boundless energy poured into the Sacred Heart of 9 orifices. In the end, Lu Ming vaguely saw a stone eyeball fly into Autumn Moon's 9 orifices Sacred Heart and merged with it. At this time, the measuring formula flew back and returned to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. "Kid, this is the remaining energy of the divine Lord of Heaven. I can refine it a little and transfer it to you. You can absorb it and improve your cultivation." Measuring formula said. "Is Autumn Moon okay?" Lu Ming asked. "She's fine. Don't worry. Most of the energy has been integrated into her 9 orifices Sacred Heart. Her cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds later." Shiling explained. Lu Ming was relieved. He removed his ancient god body and returned to his original form. He sat cross-legged at the side. Sure enough, soon, a surge of energy from the measuring formula flowed into Lu Ming's body. The energy was shocking. It was extremely easy to absorb. Lu Ming executed the Universe Tao technique and began to absorb the energy. He converted it into different kinds of God force to strengthen his godly flames. The 9 godly flames in his dantian continued to grow stronger. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly too. It was approaching the peak 5th layer Heaven God realm. A few days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak 5th layer Heaven God realm. He then began to break through to the 6th layer Heaven God realm. Bang, bang, bang. Loud explosions kept coming out of Lu Ming's body. Another 7 days were gone. The energy absorbed by the measuring formula had been transferred to Lu Ming. A loud explosion took place inside Lu Ming's body. A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. 6th layer Heaven God realm. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the 6th layer Heaven God realm after absorbing the energy transferred to him by the measuring formula. Lu Ming had mastered many kinds of God force. It would take a lot of energy to improve his cultivation. This time, he had broken through to the next level. If it were someone else, it would be enough to break through to the next level. Lu Ming rose to his feet. His eyes flickered. His battle strength had grown stronger after his breakthrough. If he were to face geniuses like Yuhan and Chu Baxing now, he would be able to crush them easily. Lu Ming thought. He then shifted his gaze to Qiumoon. Lu Ming's face flickered with astonishment after taking a glance. Qiumoon's aura was shockingly strong too. 7th layer Heaven God Realm. Qiumoon's cultivation had reached the 7th layer Heaven God Realm. When they first entered Xingyue Ancient City, Qiumoon's cultivation was only at the 2nd layer Heaven God Realm. On top of that, Qiumoon had also cultivated the Universe Tao technique. She had mastered many kinds of God Force. The energy she needed to improve her cultivation was no less than Lu Ming's. However, Qiumoon had broken through to the 7th layer Heaven God Realm in such a short time. The speed of her improvement was shocking. While Lu Ming was thinking, another shocking aura burst out of Qiumoon's body. Her God Force boiled like a tide. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. 8th layer Heaven God Realm. Lu Ming was tongue-tied, looking stunned. Chapter 3069. In just a short while, Qiu Automoon had another breakthrough and reached the 8th layer Heaven God Realm. This speed was too fast, wasn't it? Master, don't be too surprised. The girl has obtained the inheritance of the godly Lord of Heaven, and with the help of the 9 orifices Sacred Heart, it's normal for her to improve rapidly. The Shiling explained. That's right. Besides, I've only absorbed a portion of the energy. It's like you've only taken a sip of the soup, while the girl has eaten all the meat. It's normal for her to improve rapidly. The quantifying formula also explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had only taken a sip of the soup, and his cultivation had improved from the 5th layer Heaven God Realm to the 6th layer Heaven God Realm. Qiu Automoon had completely inherited the inheritance of the godly Lord of Heaven. Thus her cultivation had skyrocketed. Of course, it was only at the beginning. It was impossible for her to keep improving in the future. Qiu Automoon's cultivation had yet to come to an end. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. The aura on Qiu Yu's body rose sharply with another rumble. She had another breakthrough. 9th layer Heaven God Realm. Qiu Automoon's cultivation had reached the 9th layer Heaven God Realm. Besides, an ancient aura was emitting from Qiu Automoon's body. The Origin God Force Factor. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. Qiu Automoon had awakened the Origin God Force Factor. However, just like Lu Ming, only her ruler God Force had awakened the Origin God Force Factor. The rest of her God Force had yet to be awakened. Qiu Automoon's aura finally stabilized. It did not continue to rise. A few days later, Qiu Automoon's aura finally stabilized. She then opened her eyes. "Young master," Qiu Automoon exclaimed and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Qiu Automoon was aware of what had happened before. She originally thought that she would never be able to see Lu Ming and that she would be possessed by the divine Lord of Heaven. She did not expect that halfway through, Lu Ming would come and kill the divine Lord of Heaven in one fell swoop. And because she had been in a stalemate with the God Lord of Heaven for many years, she had a connection. When the God Lord of Heaven's soul was destroyed, she automatically absorbed the inheritance left behind by the God Lord of Heaven. Mid-Automoon, everything is fine now. Let's go. Lu Ming caressed Automoon's hair. The two of them were affectionate for a while before they left the place hand in hand. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter those eyeball monsters, but they were easily dealt with by Lu Ming and Automoon. Automoon's cultivation had skyrocketed too much, so she was not used to it yet. She was still not very familiar with controlling the divine power in her body. She needed time to practice. He believed that when Automoon fully adapted to her current cultivation, her strength would be shockingly strong. One had to know that Automoon also controlled many kinds of divine power. In addition, she had awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor and was a level 9 heavenly god. Once she fully adapted, even if Lu Ming did his best, he might not be a match for Autumn Moon. Soon, the two of them arrived at the outermost stone room. Above their heads, there was a rumbling sound. That was the sound of the whirlpool in the myriad moon lake. When they looked up, they could still see the whirlpool. It was very strange. "Let's rush out," Lu Ming said. "Okay." Autumn Moon nodded. The two of them rose into the air and rushed into the whirlpool. Whoosh! The whirlpool rotated with great force, forming a shocking force that blocked their path. It was not that easy for the two of them to go against the flow. Starburst! Lu Ming shouted and transformed into his ancient god body. He used all his strength and stabbed out with his spear. Rumble! The lake water exploded, forming a passage. The two of them took the opportunity to fly forward. However, the lake water soon surged and blocked the passage again. God-destroying light! Autumn Moon shouted and slashed out with her palm. A pitch-black divine light was slashed at the whirlpool in front of them. This is Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was a little surprised. He did not expect Autumn Moon to master the Lord of Heaven's God-destroying light so quickly. The God-destroying light was extremely powerful. Even if Autumn Moon had just mastered it, she could still unleash shocking power. A passage was immediately slashed out by the God-destroying light. The two of them continued to move forward. Just like that, the two of them worked together and took turns to attack. Soon, they passed through the whirlpool and flew out of the whirlpool, arriving above the myriad moon lake. Huff! The two of them exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. They were finally out. This trip was daunting but not dangerous. They even had a breakthrough in their cultivation, especially Autumn Moon, who had obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. Autumn Moon, you've obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. Don't let anyone know about this. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. The inheritance of the Lord of Heaven was definitely an unimaginable opportunity. If others knew about it, it would definitely bring about a disaster, just like the origin ancient characters. Understood, young master. Autumn Moon smiled. By the way, Autumn Moon, how did you get into this whirlpool? Lu Ming asked curiously. I was forced in, Autumn Moon said. You were forced to go in? Who? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. A member of the Winged Men, the Thunderous Winged Men. Autumn Moon said, the Thunderous Winged Men. Lu Ming thought of the young man from the Thunderous Winged Men that he had met when he first arrived at the Myriad Moon Lake. It was a young man who had guided Lu Ming and got Lu Ming into the whirlpool. Lu Ming immediately described the appearance of the young man from the Thunderous Winged Men that he had met. Yes, it's him, Autumn Moon said. Why did he force you into the whirlpool? Lu Ming asked. He said that someone had asked him to deal with you, young master. Since I'm your subordinate, he wanted to take me down to threaten you. He also said that I must have some secrets since I was able to pass the gate of heaven at the second level of the Heaven God realm. If I didn't tell him, he would. At this point, Autumn Moon bit her red lips and didn't continue. However, Lu Ming could guess what Autumn Moon was going to say. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and asked her to continue. Of course, I wouldn't let him succeed. However, I was no match for him and I couldn't escape. In the end, I had no choice but to take the risk and rush into the whirlpool. I didn't expect that there would be another world inside the whirlpool. After entering, I met the divine Lord of Heaven and he wanted to take over my body. After that, I tried my best to resist the divine Lord of Heaven. Then young master came. Autumn Moon briefly recounted what had happened in the past few years. The Thunderous Winged Men. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold light and cold killing intent. He completely understood. The Thunderous Winged Men were most likely invited by the Jin family or the Qin family to kill Lu Ming in the Xianxia ancient city. After entering the Xianxia ancient city, the young man from the Winged Men met Autumn Moon near the Wanhua Lake. He wanted to capture Autumn Moon and use her to threaten Lu Ming. At the same time, he wanted to obtain the secrets on Autumn Moon. He even wanted to scheme against Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon had no choice but to rush into the whirlpool to avoid the young man. The young man definitely didn't dare to enter the whirlpool. Therefore, he had been wandering around the area to cultivate. After many years, Autumn Moon didn't come out. He probably thought that there was danger in the whirlpool and that Autumn Moon had died inside. Later on, Lu Ming came. The young man had bad intentions and tricked Lu Ming into entering the whirlpool. He wanted to kill Lu Ming too. Chapter 3070. That person must die, Lu Ming said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. This person was vicious and almost killed Xiaomoon. In Lu Ming's heart, he had already sentenced this person to death. If there was a chance, he must kill this person. Then, Lu Ming looked around. Unfortunately, he did not see the whereabouts of the Winged Man clan near the Myriad Moon Lake. It seemed that he had left long ago. Xiaomoon, 10 years is almost up. Let's go out, Lu Ming said. Xiaomoon nodded obediently. Immediately, the two of them chose a direction and turned into two rays of light, quickly leaving. There was a special passage to leave Star Crescent Ancient City. The passage on the side of Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion was in a huge valley east of Star Crescent Ancient City. The people from other Heavenly King Mansions had other channels. Every time someone entered the Star Moon Ancient City, they would exit through a special passageway. This passageway would open every 10 years. Now, the 10 years were almost up. The Myriad Moon Lake was west of Star Crescent Ancient City. There was still a long way to go from the east. The two of them rushed at full speed and spent 7 days before they arrived at the exit. In the sky above a big valley, a huge vortex appeared. This was the exit passage. No one could explain why such a passage would open 10 years after they entered. Perhaps it was a formation set up by the experts who built Star Crescent Ancient City. Everyone could only guess. When the two of them arrived, they found that there were people flying towards them from all directions. Some of them directly flew into the vortex and disappeared. Obviously, some of them had already left. Brother Lu Ming. A few voices sounded. Lu Ming turned around and saw Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others flying towards him. Brother Wu Ming, Brother Wu Yu. Lu Ming smiled and greeted them. Miss Xiaomoon is fine. That's great. When Wu Ming and the others saw Xiaomoon, they also smiled. It's a long story. Let's go out and talk about it, Lu Ming said. Immediately, everyone flew into the whirlpool. After flying into the whirlpool, they felt the world spinning around them. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had already left Star Moon Ancient City and was back outside the city walls. With a glance, Lu Ming saw the elder of the Starry Sky Battalion, Bai Li, sitting cross-legged in the air. In addition, there were many figures standing in the sky. They were the geniuses of the Starry Barracks from the Starry Moon Ancient City. Lu Ming saw Su Yin, the young man, and Jin Yuan. Su Yin, the young man clad in animal skin, and the others nodded at Lu Ming as a greeting. As for Jin Yuan, his eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a cold, killing intent enveloping him. Lu Ming looked around and saw a beautiful woman coldly staring at him. Lan Ling. Who else could this woman be other than Lan Ling, who had been trying to kill him? However, Lan Ling did not attack this time. She only stared coldly at Lu Ming and then glanced at Autumn Moon. Young master, who is that lady? She seems to have a deep grudge against you. Did you do something wrong? Autumn Moon was very sensitive. She noticed Lan Ling and whispered softly, "Little girl, don't let your imagination run wild. I am a gentleman." Lu Ming immediately said righteously. She could not let her imagination run wild and ruin his character. Autumn Moon smiled and did not say much. It's him. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and his body emitted a cold, killing intent. He saw a young man from the Winged Men tribe with lightning flashing on his wings. He was the one who had guided Lu Ming into the whirlpool at the Myriad Moon Lake. He was also the one who wanted to deal with Autumn Moon and force Autumn Moon into the whirlpool. Obviously, this person had come out earlier than Lu Ming and the rest. Boom! Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful aura. He took a step forward and charged toward the young man from the Winged Men tribe. Young master, be careful. Autumn Moon also noticed the young man. She knew that she could not persuade Lu Ming given his temper. She could only remind him worriedly and followed closely behind Lu Ming. Wu Ming and the rest looked at each other and followed behind Lu Ming. The people in front of Lu Ming were suppressed by Lu Ming's aura. They retreated and open up a path for him. Lu Ming quickly moved towards a young man from the Winged Men tribe. The young man from the Winged Men tribe also saw Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. His expression changed drastically. Damn it! The two of them entered the whirlpool and are still fine? What a blunder. The young man from the Winged Men tribe looked gloomy. Seeing that Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to him, the young man from the Winged Men tribe felt chills all over his body. He shouted, "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" "Killing you." Lu Ming's reply was simple. His voice was bone-chilling. "Killing me? What do you mean? I didn't offend you. Why do you want to kill me? You're simply insane and lawless." The young man from the Winged Men tribe shouted. Of course, he would not admit that he wanted to deal with Autumn Moon. Hee. Lu Ming sneered. His aura became more aggressive. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the young man. A long spear appeared in his hand. A spear radiance burst out and charged towards a young man from the Winged Men tribe. The young man from the Winged Men tribe was shocked. His aura surged, especially the pair of wings on his back. Thunder rumbled. Whoosh! He flapped his wings, and they were like divine sabers piercing through the air. The thunderbolts on his wings transformed into two thunderbolt sabers that slashed toward Lu Ming. The thunder battle blades clashed with Lu Ming's spear radiance, causing a shockwave. The young man from the Winged Men tribe was not weak. He was a half-step divine king, and his divine force had awakened to 99%. He was not far from fully awakening his divine force. However, how could he contend with Lu Ming's current strength? Boom! The thunder battle blades of the young man from the Winged Men tribe were shattered. The spear radiance did not stop and continued to charge towards the young man from the Winged Men tribe. The young man from the Winged Men tribe screamed in fear. His body soared into the sky, trying to dodge Lu Ming's spear radiance. However, he was too late. One of his thighs was pierced by the spear radiance and exploded. The young man from the Winged Men tribe screamed in pain. He retreated a few thousand meters and vomited blood. What? So powerful. Lu Ming's strength is so terrifying? Many people gasped in shock. Not everyone had seen Lu Ming's attack. Only a small portion of them had seen Lu Ming's attack. Those who had not seen Lu Ming's attack were shocked when they saw Lu Ming injuring the young man from the Winged Men tribe. The young man from the Winged Men tribe was called Xianxia. He was the 16th young master of the Winged Men tribe. His talent was outstanding, and he was quite famous in the Starry Camp. Xianxia's strength had undoubtedly increased after the trip to the Starry Crescent ancient city. However, he was still no match for Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? You guys don't know. Lu Ming defeated Jin Yuan. Someone whispered. Chapter 3071. Someone talked about how Lu Ming defeated Jin Yuan, which shocked everyone. Oh my god, is that true? Lu Ming defeated Jin Yuan? If I remember correctly, Lu Ming was only a 4th-level heavenly god when he entered Xinyue Ancient City. How could he defeat Jin Yuan? That's too terrifying. After hearing that, many people found it hard to believe. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. Of course, most people still didn't know that Lu Ming had not only defeated Jin Yuan, but also the other peerless geniuses of the Heavenly King's Mansion in the process of fighting for the Life Spirit Vitality Stone. Only Jin Yuan, Su Yin, and the young man in beast skin knew about this. They didn't spread the news. If the others knew about this, their jaws would probably drop. After hearing that, Jin Yuan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Kill. Lu Ming ignored the discussion around him. Right now, he only wanted to kill Xianxia. Men, kill this kid for me. Seeing that Lu Ming was continuing to attack, Xianxia shouted in horror. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. Don't even think about hurting young master. On the side, a loud roar was heard. Bolts of lightning flashed. In the next moment, more than 10 figures appeared in front of Xianxia. These figures were all the geniuses of the Thunder Winged Men clan. Xianxia was the 16th young master of the Thunder Winged Men clan. Ordinary geniuses of the Winged Men clan had to listen to Xianxia's orders. Kid, you're courting death by attacking young master Xianxia. Lu Ming, surrender and follow us back to the Winged Men clan to accept your punishment. The geniuses of the Winged Men clan shouted, using the Winged Men clan to suppress Lu Ming. But obviously, they had miscalculated. Why would Lu Ming care about the Winged Men clan? Get lost, Lu Ming shouted coldly. Kid, you're very arrogant. Even if you're strong, do you think we can't do anything to you? Let's attack together and take down this kid. More than 10 geniuses of the Winged Men clan roared and released their powerful auras. Boom, boom. Releasing their auras, thunderbolts rumbled. More than 10 sky prides of the Winged Men race struck out at the same time. Flapping their wings, they sent bolts of thunderbolts towards Lu Ming. The power of lightning was already extremely strong. With so many sky prides joining forces, the power was truly frightening. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. The battle character secret art was activated, and his spear swept out. A gigantic spear light was formed. It was as huge as a mountain as it pressed down on the genius of the Winged Men race. Boom! Boom! Streaks of lightning collided with Lu Ming's spear light, erupting with intense rumbling sounds. Then, those lightning bolts collapsed one after another, and the spear light continued to sweep out. The Winged Men prodigies' faces changed drastically as they shouted, "Block it! Block it!" They tried their best to use their strongest moves to block Lu Ming's attack. However, when the spear light swept past, the Winged Men race's sky prides were like cannonballs as they were sent flying by Lu Ming. They flew for tens of thousands of meters before coming to a stop. Then, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. After Lu Ming activated the battle character secret art, his combat strength increased by 4 times, and he severely injured the Winged Men race's sky prides. His cold gaze swept towards Xianxia once again. Xianxia's face was as pale as a sheet. He desperately flew towards Bai Li and shouted, "Elder Bai, save me! Save me! This Lu Ming has gone crazy." He could only pin his hopes on Bai Li now. Only Bai Li could save him at this moment. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted as he thrust out his spear. A terrifying and sharp spear light pierced towards Xianxia. It was shockingly fast. Xianxia wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body seemed to have been locked in place. He couldn't dodge at all. He had a feeling that if he was hit by this move, he would die. "No, no, no. Save me!" Xianxia screamed crazily. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His eyes were filled with horror. Just as the spear light was about to hit Xianxia, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia at the critical moment. Buzz! Lu Ming's spear light struck the light screen, causing it to vibrate slightly. Then, the spear light disappeared. The spear light was blocked. I'm saved," Xianxia stammered. He was covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling nonstop. He was really scared to death just now. Lu Ming's face darkened as he looked up into the sky. Bai Li was sitting cross-legged in the sky. Only Bai Li could save Xianxia. Obviously, the light screen just now was sent out by Xianxia. "Elder Bai, this person tried to assassinate my wife in Xianxia Ancient City. If my wife wasn't lucky, she would have died. I want to kill him. Why are you stopping me?" Lu Ming's voice was neither servile nor overbearing as it spread across the entire place. Many people were enlightened as they looked at Xiao Moon, who was beside Lu Ming. It turned out that Xianxia wanted to assassinate Xiao Moon. No wonder Lu Ming wanted to kill Xianxia the moment he saw him. "If you have any grudges, you can settle them in Xianxia Ancient City or wait until you return to the Starry Camp. I don't care how you want to kill me. However, since you have left Xianxia Ancient City alive, I have the obligation to bring you back to the Starry Camp safely." Bai Li said. "Elder Bai, are you sure you want to interfere?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. Settle your grudges when you return to the Starry Camp." "I won't interfere," Bai Li said. His voice was firm, and there was no room for negotiation. In fact, Bai Li had no other choice. The Thunderwings clan had great influence in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Not only in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, but also in the Taishu dynasty. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, if he let Xianxia be killed by Lu Ming and did nothing, the Thunderwings clan would find trouble with him and he wouldn't be able to escape. As for Lu Ming, he didn't have any background. He naturally had to protect Xiang. Since Elder Bai said so, I won't interfere. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times before he turned around and left. Bai Li's cultivation was unfathomable. It wasn't something that Lu Ming could contend against. If Bai Li was determined to interfere, he wouldn't be able to kill Xiang no matter what. If he insisted on taking action, not only would he fail to kill Xiang, he would also offend Bai Li. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Ming could only give up and find another chance to kill Xiang in the future. There would be plenty of chances in the future. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Xiang stared at Lu Ming and roared in his heart. The scene calmed down once again. The crowd waited quietly for the others to come out from Xianxia ancient city. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. All right, 10 years have passed. The passage in Xianxia ancient city has been closed. Those who haven't come out won't be able to come out. Let's go back. Bai Li's voice reverberated throughout the crowd. He then led the crowd towards the wormhole. On the way, Xiang only followed beside Bai Li as he was afraid that Lu Ming would attack him. Chapter 3072. Soon, they arrived at the wormhole. You guys enter in batches. You guys go in first. Bai Li started to make arrangements. This time, he arranged for the others to enter in batches. The first batch included Xiang and a dozen wingmen youths. Xiang and the winged men youths quickly rushed into the wormhole and disappeared. After a while, Bai Li arranged for another batch of people to enter. Just like that, batches after batches of people entered. As for Lu Ming and the rest, they were left for last. Lu Ming sneered. This Bai Li was obviously biased towards Xiang. He purposely arranged for them to enter the wormhole in batches. Moreover, he arranged for Xiang to be in the first batch and left Lu Ming to be in the last batch. He was afraid that Lu Ming would attack Xiang when they returned to the Starry Sky camp. This way, Xiang would have time to escape when he returned to the Starry Sky camp. What a good plan. However, Lu Ming couldn't object. He could only wait quietly. Now come with me. At the end, Bai Li said to Lu Ming and the others. The group flew into the wormhole and returned to the territory of the Starry Sky camp. After returning to the Starry Sky camp, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings. As expected, he didn't see Xiang and the others. They must have left the camp and returned to the Winged Men clan. Brothers Wu, Lu Ming has a request. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others. Brother Lu, please speak your mind. If we can do it, we won't refuse. That's right. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others nodded in agreement. Not to mention that they were friends with Lu Ming. Just Lu Ming's talent was enough to shock them. They had never seen someone as talented as Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's talent, his future would be immeasurable. When he grew up, he might even become a big shot in the Taishu dynasty. They must build a good relationship with such a person. The best time to build a good relationship with a person was when the other party hadn't grown up yet. I must kill Xiang. Later, I'll have to trouble Brothers Wu to help me find Xiang's whereabouts. Lu Ming said, So it's this matter. It's no big deal. Leave it to us. That's right. Our Wu clan has many spies in the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion. It's extremely easy to find out about a person's whereabouts. Wu Ming and Wu Yu patted their chests and agreed readily. However, Brother Lu, the Thunderwing Man tribe is extremely powerful. Most importantly, the Thunderwing Man tribe has many branches and is extremely powerful. If you want to kill Xiang, you have to be careful, Wu Zixiong reminded. I know. Thank you for your concern, Brother Wu. Lu Ming smiled. He naturally knew that the Winged clan was not to be trifled with. However, the Winged clan had almost killed Xiao Autumn Moon. He could not let this matter rest. Moreover, even if he wanted to let it go, the other party would not let him off so easily. They chatted as they flew towards their respective residences. Not long after, Lu Ming and Xiao Yu returned to the courtyard where they lived. In truth, with Xiao Autumn Moon's current strength, he was completely capable of challenging others and easily seizing a monastery. However, she liked to stay together with Lu Ming. Hence, there was no need for him to seize another monastery. Show Autumn Moon. Your cultivation has just skyrocketed. You need to consolidate it. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Young master, I'll go and cultivate then. Show Autumn Moon nodded and returned to her room to cultivate. Lu Ming also returned to his room. The moment he opened the door, a metal ball flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're finally back. I'm bored to death staying here alone. Xianxia cried out as its round body spun around. You're always eating and sleeping. How can you be lonely? Lu Ming's lips twitched. He sized up Xianxia and his eyes suddenly lit up. Xianxia, your cultivation has broken through again? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Yes. I've broken through. I'm now at the second layer of the God King realm. How is it? Awesome, right? Xianxia bounced up and down, his face full of pride. Indeed, Lu Ming said happily. One should know that breaking through to the God King realm was extremely difficult. Every breakthrough required a long period of accumulation. However, Xianxia had just broken through not too long ago and had broken through again. This speed was astonishing. Seems like this guy only has precious metal attribute materials to break through at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming muttered. During the hundreds of years that Xianxia had been asleep, Lu Ming had accumulated a large amount of precious metal attribute materials. After Xianxia had awakened, Lu Ming had given it all to Xianxia. Clearly, after digesting those metal attribute materials, Xianxia's cultivation had broken through to the second layer of the God King realm. Xianxia's strength was already astonishing. Now that it had broken through to the second layer of the God King realm, it was undoubtedly even stronger. Xianxia, I have something good for you. Lu Ming smiled, then took out a few treasures. Lu Ming had obtained 2 boxes from the castle in Star Moon Ancient City. Inside were some small towers, mirrors, and other treasures. Although many years had passed and most of their spiritual energy had been lost, the materials used to make these treasures were extremely rare and precious. They would be of great help to Xianxia. Lu Ming took out a few treasures and gave them to Xianxia to try. He wanted to see how effective they were. As soon as Xianxia saw these treasures, its eyes sparkled. It couldn't move its gaze away. Delicious, delicious, absolutely delicious. Are these all for me? Looking at the treasures, Xianxia almost drooled. Are these treasures of great help to you? Lu Ming asked. Yes, of course. They're even better than what you gave me before. Xianxia nodded immediately. Its eyes didn't leave the treasures, as if it couldn't wait to hug them and take a few bites. Then take them. I have more here. If you want to eat them, I'll take them. Lu Ming smiled and threw the treasures to Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out 2 claws, grabbed them, and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing loudly. Lu Ming smiled, walked into the room, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Then, a few storage rings appeared in his hand. During this trip to Star Moon Ancient City, Lu Ming had killed many opponents. They were all top geniuses. Obtaining their storage rings must be a great harvest. Lu Ming checked them one by one. Half a day later, Lu Ming had sorted out the things in all the storage rings. A great harvest. The wealth of so many geniuses added together was a great harvest. All kinds of divine weapons, divine pills, materials, and divine crystals were piled up like a mountain. Lu Ming had almost used up all the divine crystals to buy the 5 divine-grade divine techniques. Now he was rich again. These were still considered good. What delighted Lu Ming the most were the divine techniques. Lu Ming sorted out 4 divine-grade divine techniques in the storage rings of these peerless geniuses. As for the divine techniques, there were dozens of them. However, Lu Ming didn't care about the divine techniques at all. He casually stuffed them into a storage ring. What Lu Ming cared about were the 4 divine-grade divine techniques. Chapter 3073. He had obtained 4 different divine-grade techniques from Yuhan, Chu Baxing, and young noble Heavenly Mantis' storage rings. Unfortunately, none of them matched Lu Ming's Golden Dragon God Force or 4-eyed Divine Dragon God Force. Thus, the Golden Dragon God Force and 4-eyed Divine Dragon God Force couldn't be merged. Lu Ming yearned for the divine-grade divine power that corresponded to these two divine powers. As long as he could obtain the corresponding divine gray god force, all of Lu Ming's god force will be transformed into divine gray god force. Also, the divine dragon aspect art required divine power related to dragons in order to unleash its full power. Furthermore, his new yin-yang divine pupils required a god force related to his eyes. Four-eyed divine dragon god force could enhance his yin-yang divine pupils. If he could cultivate a divine grade god force similar to his four-eyed divine dragon god force, the enhancement would be even greater. I still need to find an opportunity to inquire about these two types of god force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Then, he pondered over the four divine grade techniques in his possession. He didn't plan to cultivate all four divine grade techniques at the moment. He had already grasped enough divine grade god force. The amount of energy required to enhance so many types of divine grade god force at the same time was shocking. Furthermore, Lu Ming planned to awaken his origin god force factor. This would cost Lu Ming a lot of energy. Lu Ming didn't have that much time to cultivate. Originally, Lu Ming didn't plan to cultivate any of the four divine grade techniques. However, one of them attracted Lu Ming's attention. Overlord Spear Art. This was a divine grade technique he had obtained from Chu Baxing. After cultivating it, he would be able to condense the Overlord Spear Art. The Overlord Spear Art would greatly enhance the power of the spear. It was the same principle as the inextinguishable sword force for sword users. Lu Ming was a spear user. Although the inextinguishable sword force was powerful, it wasn't very suitable for a long spear. If he could control the Overlord Spear Art, he would be able to push Lu Ming's spear skills to the limit. Another important reason was that Lu Ming had obtained a divine skill from Chu Baxing. The name of the skill reminded Lu Ming of Chu Baxing's ultimate move, the War God Strike. The Strike of the War God originated from the War God Strike. Lu Ming's 3 Armageddon strikes only had a total of 9 levels. Lu Ming had already reached the 8th level. Once he reached the 9th level, he would reach his limit. At that time, Lu Ming would need to find a new divine skill to cultivate. As for the War God Strike, it was divided into 13 stages. This was enough for Lu Ming to cultivate for a very long time. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to cultivate the Overlord Spear Art and temporarily not cultivate the other 3 divine techniques. Putting away the other 3 divine techniques, Lu Ming took out the Overlord Spear Art and carefully studied it. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Lu Ming had already comprehended a bit of it. Right now, Lu Ming was already very familiar with divine grade divine techniques. Switching to a new one, his speed was much faster than before. On this day, while Lu Ming was cultivating, he suddenly sensed an aura approaching his courtyard. Oh! Lu Ming frowned. Ending his cultivation, he walked out of his courtyard. As soon as he walked out, he saw a beautiful woman standing in the air. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. The woman was none other than Lan Ling. Could it be that she had killed her way here? What are you doing here? Do you want to kill me again? Lu Ming frowned and said coldly. Right now, he wasn't afraid of her. If she wanted to attack him again, he wouldn't mind teaching her an unforgettable lesson. Lan Ling's expression was very cold. She glared at Lu Ming, gnashing her teeth as if she wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Lu Ming. But in the end, she restrained herself and coldly said, "My father wants to see you." "Your father?" Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Then his eyes flashed. Lan Ling's father was Jing Yu's teacher. "Are you going to see him or not? I've already delivered your message. If you don't want to see him, then goodbye." Lan Ling finished speaking and turned to leave. It was as if she couldn't wait for Lu Ming to refuse to see her father. See him? Why not? Lu Ming rose into the air and followed behind Lan Ling. Her father was Jing Yu's teacher. In the Taishu dynasty, he was definitely a big shot. If Lu Ming wanted to reverse the case for Jing Yu, it would be much easier if he could borrow his father's power. Why not? Lu Ming wasn't stupid. Humph! Seeing Lu Ming following her, Lan Ling coldly snorted. She seemed to be very unhappy. Lan Ling kept flying towards the peak of Star Peak. You and your father are living at the peak of Star Peak? Lu Ming asked curiously. Humph. Lan Ling snorted coldly. Isn't your father Prince Jing Yu's teacher? Why isn't he in the imperial capital of the Taishu dynasty? Why is he living in the starry camp of the Ju Heavenly King Mansion? Lu Ming asked again. Humph. Lan Ling snorted coldly. What exactly happened back then? Do you know anything about it? Lu Ming asked. Humph. Lan Ling snorted coldly. Eh. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only shut up. No matter what he asked, the other party only replied with a snort. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a courtyard not far from the peak of Star Peak. Outside the courtyard, there was a small lake. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. They could even see small fish swimming around in the lake. On the surface of the lake, there was a middle-aged man with graying temples. He wore an ordinary linen robe and sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake. He seemed to be admiring the small fish in the lake. Father, Lan Ling called out softly. Coming, the middle-aged man said. He then stood up and looked at Lu Ming. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming, and Lan Ling. Is this Jing Yu's teacher? As expected, he has an extraordinary temperament. However, why is there not a trace of divine power on him? He is just like an ordinary person. Perhaps his cultivation is too high and the gap between us is too big. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The middle-aged man also looked at Lu Ming carefully. His eyes were bright, as if he could see through Lu Ming. Not bad, not bad. I can't see through him at all. As expected of Jing Yu's successor. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and said, Lu Ming, come with me. I have something to tell you. After saying that, the middle-aged man walked into the courtyard. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. He then followed the middle-aged man into the courtyard. Lan Ling did not follow. Instead, she waited outside the courtyard. Walking into the courtyard, there were stone tables and stone stools placed in the courtyard. Sit. The middle-aged man sat down on a stone stool and waved his hand, indicating Lu Ming to sit. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and sat down. I'm Blue Merchant. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Senior Blue Merchant. Lu Ming greeted. You're welcome. You're Jing Yu's successor. Logically speaking, you're 2 generations below me. However, we're not strangers. You can just call me Uncle Lan Shu. Lan Shang said with a smile, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Lu Ming nodded and called him Uncle Lan Shu. Chapter 3074. Uncle Lan Shu, I would like to know, how did you know that I'm Senior Jing Yu's successor? Lu Ming asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. He was certain that Lan Shang had seen through his disguise during his battle with Ice Eagle. But how did the other party see through it? Because you cultivate Sovereign God Force. Blue Merchant said with a faint smile. Sovereign God Force. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. There's a trace of Jing Yu's imprint in your Sovereign God Force. Although it's very faint, I've guided Jing Yu's cultivation for many years and know him too well. Therefore, even though there's only a trace of Jing Yu's imprint in your Sovereign God Force, I can still sense it. Other than Jing Yu's successor, who else would have Jing Yu's imprint? Blue Merchant said with a faint smile. Jing Yu's imprint? Lu Ming's mind raced, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Back when he was in the Yellow Springs Mountain, he had studied the Sovereign Tao by looking at Jing Yu's statue. Perhaps that was why his Sovereign God Force had a trace of Jing Yu's imprint. You were able to obtain Jing Yu's inheritance because you came from the Yellow Springs Mountain sealed land, right? How's the Yellow Springs Mountain now? Lan Shang asked with a complicated look in his eyes. Lu Ming immediately explained what had happened in the Yellow Springs Mountain. Sigh, it's been hard on them. One day, they'll see the light of day again, Blue Merchant said. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Uncle Lan Shu, what happened back then? Senior Jing Yu, who did this to you? Lu Ming asked. Blue Merchant shook his head and said, I don't know. What I know is similar to what Jing Yu knows. Back then, Jing Yu was framed and fell. His trusted aides were either killed or sealed. As for me, I was stripped of my authority. Due to some reason, I came to the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence. Blue Merchant sighed. Many things seemed to have happened back then, and he didn't want to talk about it. Then, his tone changed as he said, Prince Jing, you must have been framed back then. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. I've promised Senior Jingyu that I'll investigate this matter and help him reverse the verdict. At that time, I'll have to trouble Uncle Lon Shu to help me. Lu Ming said, Of course, I will do my best to help you. However, now is not the time. There is no need to rush this matter. Your current goal is to increase your strength. Your current strength is still too weak in the Taishu Holy Court, Yi Futian said. Lan Shang said. Lu Ming nodded, his head nodded, but he sighed in his heart. His strength had increased very quickly, faster than most people, but he always felt that his cultivation was not enough. By the way, you said you're from the Qin Tian Star Field. Why did you come to the Starry Camp? Oh, are you going to use the Starry Camp as a springboard to enter the Taishu Imperial Academy? Then, you'll use the Taishu Imperial Academy as your foundation to slowly rise and investigate Prince Jingyu's case? Blue Merchant suddenly said. Taishu Imperial Academy? Lu Ming was puzzled. You don't know about the Taishu Imperial Academy? Blue Merchant was surprised. I don't know. What does it do? Lu Ming shook his head and asked. The Taishu Imperial Academy is the place where all the sky prides of the Taishu dynasty gathered. Not only all the top sky prides of the Taishu dynasty gathered there, but even the princes and princesses of the Taishu dynasty studied there. That's the place where the Taishu dynasty cultivated their talents. Almost all the big shots of the Taishu dynasty came from the Taishu dynasty. Prince Jing, you also studied in the Taishu dynasty. But if you want to enter the Taishu dynasty, you'll have to be recommended by the big shots of the Taishu dynasty. Otherwise, you can only enter the starry camp of each heavenly king's mansion. Blue Merchant explained. Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened. He understood now. He had heard from Wu Zifeng and the others that if one wanted to enter the core area of the Taishu dynasty to cultivate, one had to join the starry camp first. If one didn't join the starry camp, one wouldn't be able to cultivate in the Taishu dynasty. I didn't come to the starry camp to enter the Taishu Imperial Academy. Lu Ming said. Then what's your purpose here? Blue Merchant was surprised. It's for the treasure of the 9 extinction Heavenly King's mansion, the theft of the 9 extinction Divine Crystal. Lu Ming said. The 9 extinction Godly Crystal? I've heard about it. How is it? How's your investigation going? Blue Merchant asked. I still don't have a clue. Lu Ming shook his head and briefly recounted what had happened during this period of time. He also said that he suspected that there was evidence in the storage ring of the Dark Knight Demon, but he couldn't find it even after searching it many times. There are some ways to seal some evidence very deeply. It's normal that you can't find it. Give me the storage ring of the Dark Knight Demon, and I'll help you find it. Blue Merchant said. Thank you, Uncle Lon Shu. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately took out the storage ring of the Dark Knight Demon and gave it to Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant was Jingyu's teacher. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was knowledgeable. He might be able to find evidence. If he could find evidence and find the person who colluded with the Dark Ice Race to steal the 9 extinction Divine Crystal, the safety of the Qin Tian Star Zone would be solved. Blue Merchant took the storage ring and put it away. By the way, there's one more thing. Lan Shang's tone suddenly changed. He coughed dryly and said, When Jingyu was still alive, I made an agreement with him that if we had descendants in the future, if they were of the same gender, we would become brothers or sisters. If they were of the opposite gender, we would become husband and wife. Later, Jingyu died and didn't have any descendants. As Jingyu's successor, you are equivalent to his descendant. I will definitely fulfill my promise and marry Ling, to you. Lu Ming was caught off guard. He didn't expect Blue Merchant to mention this. Uncle Lan Shu, you can't do that. I've only met Miss Lan Ling once, no, twice. Isn't it too hasty to marry her to me? Lu Ming waved his hand. That's easy. You can move in together and spend more time together. You'll be familiar with each other in the future. Blue Merchant smiled. He was very open-minded. No, Uncle Lan Shu. To be honest, I already have a wife. Lu Ming said. It's okay. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives, Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming was speechless. Blue Merchant was very open-minded. He was pushing his daughter into the fire pit. However, Lu Ming had Xianxia and Autumn Moon. In addition, he had Mulins and Huang Ling, two confidants. He already had enough headaches. He didn't want another one. Moreover, when he thought of Lan Ling's murderous expression, Lu Ming refused even more. Living with Lan Ling? What a joke. He wouldn't even know when he was killed by her. Uncle Lan Shu, no, still no. Lu Ming still shook his head. Why? Do you think my daughter is not worthy of you? Blue Merchant's face sank and said coldly. Chapter 3075. How could that be? Miss Ling, is as beautiful as a fairy. How could she not be worthy of me? It's just that Miss Ling, wants to kill me. Lu Ming began to complain. Wants to kill you? Blue Merchant was slightly taken aback. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, this girl is really rebellious. Then, Blue Merchant frowned and fell in a deep thought. Lu Ming secretly prayed that Blue Merchant would give up on the idea of marrying Lan Ling to him. Although Lan Ling was an outstanding beauty and any man would be moved by her, Lu Ming knew that he didn't have the fortune to be with her bad temper. After a while, Blue Merchant said, how about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I'll let Ling stay by your side for 1,000 years and let you develop feelings for each other. If after 1,000 years you still don't want to marry each other, then this matter will be dropped. This isn't too good. Lu Ming's face immediately turned bitter. Let Lan Ling, that crazy woman, stay by his side for 1,000 years? What a joke. At the thought of this, Lu Ming felt a headache coming. What's not good about it? Feelings need to be developed. You're afraid that Ling will make a move on you again. Don't worry, I'll ward her properly. In addition, Ling Er's talent is not bad. If you two are together, you can take care of each other and help Jingyu reverse the case. This matter is settled. Blue Merchant waved his hand and settled this matter. Lu Ming was completely speechless. Haha, that's it. Lu Ming, go out and wait for me. I'll call Linger in and give her a good scolding. Lan Shang laughed out loud. He laughed like a sly old fox. Lu Ming despised him in his heart. This Blue Merchant looked gentle on the surface, but in fact, he was scheming in his heart. He wanted to set him up with Lan Ling. He believed that with Lan Ling's beauty, staying with Lu Ming every day, they would definitely develop feelings for each other. This old man must have taken a fancy to my talent. Sigh, there's nothing I can do about it. Who asked me to be so talented and handsome? There's really nothing I can do about it. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. If Blue Merchant knew what Lu Ming was thinking, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming walked out of the courtyard and saw Lan Ling. He said to Lan Ling, your father is looking for you. Oomph. Lan Ling coldly snorted and walked into the courtyard without looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waited in the garden. Not long after, he saw Blue Merchant and Lan Ling walking out together. Lan Ling's eyes were red. When she saw Lu Ming, she glared hatefully at Lu Ming. She wished she could eat Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll tell Linger to inform you about the matter of the evidence after I find it. Now, I'll let Linger send you back. Linger, send Lu Ming off. Blue Merchant instructed. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and walked unwillingly to Lu Ming's side. She said coldly, let's go. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Lan Ling was really reprimanded by Blue Merchant. It seemed that her resentment towards him was even heavier. Uncle Lan Shu, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then he stepped into the air and flew towards his own courtyard. Lan Ling walked side by side with Lu Ming with a cold face. After a while, they were far away from Blue Merchant's residence. Lu Ming, what did you say to my father? Suddenly, Lan Ling spoke. Her voice was cold as she glared at Lu Ming. No, I didn't say anything. Lu Ming said. Of course, he had to deny it. You didn't say anything? Then why will my father reprimand me? You're a man, but you actually snitched in front of my father. You're really shameless. Lan Ling said hatefully. Lu Ming was speechless. He felt wronged in his heart. It was the other party who wanted to kill him as soon as they met. Couldn't he say anything? Oomph. Lecher, you already have a woman by your side. You still want to follow you. Shameless, despicable. Lan Ling continued to scold. Lu Ming almost coughed up blood. What did she mean by him wanting Lan Ling to follow him? It was clearly Blue Merchant who forced her to follow him. Okay? Don't talk nonsense. It was your father who forced you to follow me for 1,000 years. I originally refused, Lu Ming quickly denied. You mean to say that no one wants me, and it was my father who forced me to follow you? Am I trying to climb up your social ladder? Lan Ling's face turned colder. Lu Ming almost coughed up blood. How could this woman's imagination be so wild? He didn't mean that. It's fine if you want to follow me for 1,000 years, but it depends on whether you have the ability or not. If you can survive 3 of my moves, I'll follow you for 1,000 years. Suddenly, Lan Ling's voice turned cold. A cold, murderous intent shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that Lan Ling really wanted to kill him. She wanted to use this reason to kill him. However, that was then and this was now. Lu Ming's current strength was many times stronger than when he first met Lan Ling. Come on, let me have a taste of your moves. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He had already given way many times, but Lan Ling was still pressing on. Lu Ming was also angry. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and the sword's cry was earth-shattering. First move. Lan Ling's voice had just sounded when a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely shocking. This move could even kill a half-step divine king who hadn't awakened his divine origin power. Lan Ling attacked without mercy. Boom! Lu Ming's body also erupted with a powerful aura. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he swung it out. Clang! The long spear collided with the sword light, erupting with a violent rumble. Terrifying force chi spread out in all directions like a storm. When the force chi dissipated, Lu Ming and Lan Ling's bodies stood in the void motionlessly. Turns out that he already awakened his divine origin power. Lan Ling's gaze sharpened, revealing a look of surprise. She did not expect that Lu Ming only had 6th level celestial deity cultivation, and he already awakened his divine origin power. Wait a minute, 6th level celestial deity. Lan Ling thought of something and secretly revealed a look of surprise. She remembered very clearly that back then, at Starmoon Ancient City, Lu Ming's cultivation was only 4th level celestial deity. Just how long had it been? Lu Ming actually broke through 2 rounds in a row and reached 6th level celestial deity. This speed was also too fast. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in Starmoon Ancient City. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to be so fast by relying on his own cultivation. Lan Ling's heart skipped a beat. She did not guess wrong about this. Lu Ming did have a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for his cultivation to rise so quickly. One move, Lu Ming said indifferently. Originally, he could have purposely lost to the other party. Then, Lan Ling would not have to follow by his side. However, Lu Ming also had his pride. He wanted to teach Lan Ling a lesson now. Naturally, he would not give in. Humph, don't think that you can stop me just because you've awakened your divine origin power. Lan Ling snorted coldly. The aura on her body became even stronger. Her strength was pushed to the extreme by her. Buzz! A sword shadow that was tens of thousands of meters long continuously shook the void. Then, it slashed down violently at Lu Ming with terrifying might. Chapter 3076. Lan Ling pushed her cultivation base to the maximum and slashed out a terrifying attack. Lan Ling's cultivation base was extremely high. She was only half a step away from the Divine King realm. It seemed like she could break through to the Divine King realm at any time. Moreover, her strength was extremely strong. She was even stronger than when she was in Xianxia Ancient City. Lu Ming felt that she was stronger than Jin Yuan and not any weaker than Chu Baxing. Obviously, Lu Ming wasn't the only one who had improved in Xianxia Ancient City. Others had improved as well. Moon slashing. Lu Ming roared and instantly activated the battle character secret art to increase his combat strength by 4 times. He then slashed out with his spear. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Lan Ling. Boom. The second collision caused an even more shocking shockwave. Fortunately, the two of them were already high up in the sky. Otherwise, the entire Starry Sky barracks would be alarmed by them. There is still no clear winner in this collision. The second move, Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Ling's face turned even uglier. The sword in 10 on her body was getting stronger and stronger. Divine Sword Art, kill! Lan Ling shouted as she waved her battle sword, unleashing countless sword shadows and sword intents. Each of the sword intents were over 10,000 meters long. The entire void was filled with the shadows of her swords. Then, countless sword shadows slashed towards Lu Ming with boundless power. If Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the 6th Heaven God realm, Lu Ming would have had to transform into a green-armored ancient god to block this move. But now, Lu Ming didn't need to do that. Divine Dragon Image, Ice Chain. With a thought, Lu Ming cast the 2 secret skills of the Divine Dragon Dharma characteristic and the Ice Chain. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a series of dragon cries echoed in the sky. 9 nine-clawed divine dragons flew out and pounced toward the sword shadows that filled the sky. At the same time, 9 ice chains danced around Lu Ming's body like ice dragons. The terrifying coldness almost froze the space around them. Chunks of ice appeared in the air. Boom, boom. The Divine Dragon Dharma idol bore the brunt of the attack. It collided with the sword shadows in the sky, causing explosions. However, the 9 Divine Dragon Dharma idols soon crumbled under the onslaught of sword shadows. Then, the sword shadows slashed at the ice chains, shattering countless ice cubes and causing the ice chains to shake violently. Break the sky, break the sky. Lu Ming's long spear continued to thrust out. Spear lights flew out like meteors and collided with Lan Ling's sword shadows. The void continued to rumble. After a few minutes, the collision finally stopped. Lu Ming had retreated 1,000 meters, but his breathing was steady. He had successfully blocked Lan Ling's sword shadow. Lan Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Back in Xianxia ancient city, Lu Ming could only run for his life when he saw her. He might not even be able to withstand one of her moves. But now, Lu Ming could withstand 3 of her moves. Most importantly, she had already used her ultimate move in her last move. Lu Ming's strength had increased too quickly. 3 moves, Lu Ming said faintly. I don't believe that I can't suppress you today. Lan Ling flew into a rage out of humiliation. She shouted and released a terrifying aura. She was about to charge at Lu Ming again. Now it's my turn. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he cast the 9 Heavens Kuan Peng technique. In a flash, he dashed toward Lan Ling. In the process, his body swelled rapidly, and he transformed into a green-armored ancient god. Whoosh! The green-armored ancient god was a few hundred meters tall. Compared to him, Lan Ling was like an ant. Lu Ming opened one of his big hands and grabbed Lan Ling. The sky rumbled as his palm reached out. It was extremely terrifying. Divine Sword skill slash, slash, slash. Lan Ling shouted. Her sword shadow soared into the sky and slashed at Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming controlled the ice chain and wrapped his palm to strengthen his defense. With the ice chain and the green scales of the green-armored ancient god as a double defense, Lu Ming was not afraid of Lan Ling's sword shadow at all. Under the big hand, Lan Ling's sword shadow crumbled. Lan Ling's expression changed. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The big hand grabbed Lan Ling. Lan Ling struggled desperately, but Lu Ming controlled his divine power and poured it into Lan Ling's body. Lan Ling gasped and felt that the divine power in her body was almost shattered. She felt weak all over. In this way, she was firmly controlled by Lu Ming and could not resist. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could completely suppress Lan Ling after transforming into a green-armored ancient god. After controlling Lan Ling, Lu Ming's body quickly shrank and turned back to normal. He trapped Lan Ling with an ice chain. Let me go, let me go. Lan Ling shouted and struggled frantically, but it was useless. She could not break free at all. Let you go? You tried to kill me again and again in Star Crescent Ancient City. I saved you later, but you tried to kill me again just now. Tell me, do you think I will let you go? Lu Ming sneered and walked step by step to Lan Ling's side. Then what do you want to do? Lan Ling gritted her teeth and said, What do I want to do? What do you think? Lu Ming laughed and looked at Lan Ling's body. You pervert, don't even think about it. Let me tell you, my father is definitely watching us. Do you dare? Lan Ling shouted. Your father? Your father can't wait for me to do you on the spot. Lu Ming said indifferently. On Star Peak, in Blue Merchant's courtyard, Blue Merchant had just taken a sip of tea and spat it out. This little guy, what are you talking about? Blue Merchant muttered, feeling a little embarrassed. That's right. Everything that happened between Lu Ming and Lan Ling was under Blue Merchant's attention. However, Lu Ming was right. If Lu Ming really wanted to do Lan Ling, he would be more than happy to do so. Ew, nonsense. Lan Ling stared at Lu Ming with hatred. But don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Lu Ming said indifferently, causing Lan Ling to grit her teeth. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Lu Ming was not interested in her. Was her attractiveness that bad? It had to be said that women had strange thoughts. However, punishment is unavoidable. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming smiled, then took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and slapped Lan Ling's perky butt. Slap! A crisp sound could be heard. Lan Ling's body stiffened all of a sudden. The expression on her face was also like that of a person staring blankly at Lu Ming. What are you looking at? The feeling is not bad, again. After saying that, Lu Ming slapped her again. Slap! Another crisp sound was heard. This time, Lan Ling finally reacted, and a scream was heard in the sky. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. Lan Ling's face was red. Even her ears and neck were red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wishing that she could tear Lu Ming into pieces. You're still so fierce. Seems like I haven't taught you a lesson yet, again. Lu Ming continued to slap her. Slap, slap, slap. This time, 3 consecutive sounds were heard, causing Lan Ling's body to stiffen completely. Her face was so red that it was about to bleed. Chapter 3077. After being slapped by Lu Ming 3 times in a row, Lan Ling's face and neck turned red as if blood was about to drip out. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were wide open. She wished she could eat Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you still dare to stare? Try staring again. Lu Ming curled his lips. Lan Ling was still glaring at him. Sigh, it doesn't feel good to hit you through your pants. Take them off and hit me. Lu Ming waved his hand and muttered. Lan Ling didn't dare to stare at him anymore. She cried out, No, don't, when she thought that Lu Ming was really going to take off his pants. She really wanted to die. You're finally begging for mercy. Come, tell me, do you still dare to hit or kill me when you see me in the future? Lu Ming asked. No, I don't dare anymore. Under Lu Ming's abuse, Lan Ling finally gave in. Although she wanted to chop Lu Ming into pieces, she really didn't dare to be brave under such circumstances. Until now, her father, Blue Merchant, hadn't appeared. She knew that Blue Merchant deliberately didn't appear. He wanted to matchmake her and Lu Ming. She couldn't count on Blue Merchant. She felt like crying. How could a father be like this? He couldn't wait to marry her to someone else. It wasn't like no one wanted her. That's more like it. Behave yourself in the future. I, Lu Ming, am also a gentleman. I will make things difficult for you. Lu Ming chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the ice shackles were put away. After all, Lan Ling was Blue Merchant's daughter. It was fine to teach her a lesson, but it wouldn't be good to go too far. Lan Ling gritted her teeth. She despised Lu Ming and scolded Lu Ming thousands of times in her heart. How could a person like Lu Ming have the nerve to call himself a gentleman? However, Lan Ling didn't dare to make a move now, because she was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll remember this. When I break through to the Divine King realm, I'll definitely get back at you. Lan Ling swore in her heart. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He stepped into the air and continued to head toward the courtyard where he was staying. Lan Ling followed behind him obediently. In Blue Merchant's courtyard. Hee, they're starting to flirt. A good sign. Lan Shang let out a few sneaky laughs. If Lan Ling saw Lan Shang's expression, she would probably vomit blood. Not long after, Lu Ming and Lan Ling arrived outside Lu Ming's courtyard. Young master. In the courtyard, Autumn Moon was practicing her sword. When she saw Lu Ming, she immediately flew out. Autumn Moon, how's your cultivation going? Lu Ming greeted her with a smile. I'm much more familiar with it. I believe I'll be able to fully control it soon. This lady is... Autumn Moon looked at Lan Ling. Autumn Moon recognized Lan Ling. When they left Xianxia ancient city, Lan Ling had been staring coldly at Lu Ming. Autumn Moon even teased Lu Ming. Now that she saw Lu Ming and Lan Ling returning together, she was naturally curious. I'm Lan Ling. Before Lu Ming could speak, Lan Ling stepped out and said coldly. Then, she stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I can follow you, but you must chase her away. After saying that, she pointed at Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon was slightly stunned and revealed a curious look. Lu Ming frowned. Are you crazy? Autumn Moon is my wife. Why should I chase her away? Because she's your wife. That's why you want to chase her away. Lan Ling gritted her teeth. You're crazy. If you don't want to come, then leave. Lu Ming waved his hand and ignored Lan Ling clang. Lan Ling unsheathed her sword. A powerful aura pressed down on Autumn Moon. Boom! Lu Ming stepped out and the void shook. The powerful aura directly defeated Lan Ling's aura. Seems like I haven't taught you a lesson yet. Lu Ming stared at Lan Ling, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't care much about attacking him, but to attack Autumn Moon, that was unacceptable. No matter who the other party was, he wouldn't go easy on them. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Lan Ling was shocked. But as stubborn as she was, she wouldn't back down. Lu Ming, you have to understand what you're going to do in the future. You're going to do great things. The enemies you're going to face are extremely powerful. So, the people around you can't be useless. They can't be a burden to you. Do you understand? Lan Ling said coldly. Her meaning was obvious. Autumn Moon wasn't qualified to stay by Lu Ming's side. Get lost. Go back and tell Blue Merchant that I don't need you here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming, Lan Ling was furious. Since young, no one had treated her like this. She was an outstanding beauty. Any man who saw her would be obedient to her. Lu Ming was an exception. Young master, since this lady wants to test Autumn Moon's strength, let her try. At this moment, Autumn Moon spoke. She stepped out and landed in front of Lu Ming. Autumn Moon was actually arrogant. It was just that she kept her arrogance in front of Lu Ming. But that didn't mean that others could humiliate her and look down on her, especially in front of Lu Ming. They thought that she wasn't qualified to stay by Lu Ming's side. So, Autumn Moon decided to make a move. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't stop her. He naturally understood Autumn Moon's temper. Moreover, Autumn Moon was no longer the same as before. If they fought, she might not lose to Lan Ling. All right, be careful then, Lu Ming reminded. And Autumn Moon nodded. She faced Lan Ling and said, Lady, please make your move. Just do your best. Very good. Then let me see how capable the woman that Lu Ming likes is. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and unleashed her cultivation to the extreme. She didn't know why, but when she saw that Lu Ming treated Autumn Moon so well, she felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. She couldn't wait to defeat Autumn Moon and prove that she was stronger than Autumn Moon. Swoosh! Lan Ling made her move. A sword shadow slashed out violently, causing the air to explode. However, at the instant when Lan Ling made her move, Autumn Moon also made her move. Autumn Moon's weapon was a scimitar. When a scimitar slashed out, the blade light was as dazzling as the moon. Clang! The blade light and the sword shadow slashed together, causing endless blade light and sword light. After a loud sound, The two figures retreated more than 10 steps. The two of them were evenly matched in the first exchange. Autumn was still fine, but Lanling's eyes were filled with shock. She had never expected Autumn to be so powerful. Autumn was only a 9th level heavenly god. Not only had she awakened the origin source divine power, but she could also block her attack. This aroused her competitiveness even more. Again, Lanling shouted. She circulated her divine power to the extreme and performed her ultimate move, the divine sword art. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Terrifying sword shadows burst out one after another, slashing toward Autumn. Autumn let out a long roar. 9 colored lights spread out from her body and combined with her blade technique, turning into rays of blade light to counterattack. The intense battle between the two peerless beauties in the air immediately alarmed the people in the other courtyards. Chapter 3078. Many figures flew out from the courtyards. When they saw the battle between Autumn and Lanling, they were dumbfounded. The battle between the two beauties was not only pleasing to the eye, but also terrifying. Nestle, such terrifying strength, origin divine force factor. Both of them have awakened their origin divine force factor. Gosh, aren't they too powerful? Who are they? They're so beautiful. I know. It's a woman who seems to be the new member, Lu Ming. She entered Xianxia ancient city and passed the gate of heaven. It can't be. She was only a level 2 heavenly god then. Now she's a level 9 heavenly god. How did she cultivate? What a monster! Without a doubt, Qiuyu's cultivation shocked everyone. It was truly shocking. Some even suspected that Autumn had cultivated some kind of cultivation technique to hide her cultivation. When she entered Xianxia ancient city, she had hidden her cultivation. Above Star Peak, in a place closer to the peak of Star Peak, there were some courtyards where the prodigies of the Starry Sky Camp lived. However, the cultivation of these geniuses was even more terrifying. Many of them had reached the Divine King realm. They were the most terrifying group of geniuses in the Starry Camp. However, these people were also shocked. They flew out of their courtyards and watched from afar. What a beautiful woman! She's so powerful! These people were shocked when they saw it. They were a great threat to them, since they had such strength below the Divine King realm. Clang! 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 Autumn and Lanling were still fighting. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 blows. Although Autumn's cultivation was weaker, only at level 9 heavenly god, she had mastered many kinds of divine force, which made up for her lack of cultivation. However, Qiuyu's understanding of divine skills was not as good as Lanling's. However, Qiuyu had the 9 orifices sacred heart's 9-color divine light, which would greatly increase Qiuyu's attacking power. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. Autumn was not very familiar with the control of divine power. As the battle progressed, Autumn became more and more familiar with the control of divine power. He became more and more adept at using it, and his strength also became stronger. In the end, Mid-Autumn slowly gained the upper hand. How could this be? At this moment, Lanling was extremely shocked. Autumn's strength was beyond her expectations. Not only could she fight with her, but she also had the upper hand. What hurt her the most was that Autumn's cultivation base was only at the 9th level of the celestial god realm. Lanling had always been invincible among those at the same level as her. There were very few who could fight with her at the same level, not to mention those whose cultivation was lower than her. Her self-confidence had suffered a severe blow. God-killing light. Suddenly, Autumn muttered and unleashed the light of destruction. Autumn infused the light of destruction onto her curved blade and slashed out. Clang! The slash landed on Lanling's battle sword, causing it to tremble violently. The sword chi on it was dispersed. Lanling's delicate body trembled, and she was sent flying. She only managed to stop after flying for 10,000 meters. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. You've lost. Autumn did not continue to pursue. She stood in the air and spoke in a clear voice. Lan Ling's face was extremely ugly. She bit her lips, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had previously doubted that Autumn Moon was qualified to be by Lu Ming's side. Reality had proven that Autumn Moon was more qualified than her. "I've lost, but I'll definitely defeat you in the future," Lan Ling said before turning around to leave. She was too ashamed to stay any longer. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when Lan Ling left. If Lan Ling insisted on staying in his courtyard, he would have a headache. "Young master, it seems like there's another pretty lady who has her eyes on you." Autumn Moon came to Lu Ming's side and smiled. "Why? Are you jealous?" Lu Ming teased. Autumn Moon blushed and said, "No way. Young master is so outstanding. There must be a lot of girls who like you. As long as Autumn Moon can be by young master's side, I'll be satisfied." Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. He held Autumn Moon's hand and walked into the courtyard. After that, it was another battle. After that, Lan Ling did not come again. Lu Ming was happy to be free. He went into seclusion to cultivate and comprehend the Overlord Spear Art. In the east of the Starry Camp, there was a place filled with divine energy. Many luxurious palaces were built in this place. This place was the headquarters of the Jin family in the 9-extinction Heavenly King residence. In one of the palaces, the head of the Jin family and a few other experts of the Jin family were discussing something. The atmosphere in the palaces was tense. The head of the Jin family was emitting a cold aura. "I've only been in seclusion for a while, and such a big thing happened. Tell me, who killed Jin Xing? Who has the guts to kill the genius of the Jin family?" The head of the Jin family said in a low voice. His voice seemed to contain a terrifying storm. Jin Xing, as one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, had a bright future. But now he was killed in the Starry Camp. It would be strange if he was not angry. In front of the head of the Jin family, the proud Jin Yuan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Head of the Jin family, the one who killed Jin Xing is someone called Lu Ming. Jin Yuan answered honestly. "Lu Ming? Which force is he from?" "The 9-extinction Heavenly King residence, not the Lu family." The head of the Jin family asked. "He's not from any family. He's from the Qin Tian Star Field." Jin Yuan said. "How could someone from the Qin Tian Star Field kill Jin Xing? And why didn't you kill that kid to avenge Jin Xing's death?" The head of the Jin family stared coldly at Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan trembled and broke out in cold sweat. He answered honestly, "Head of the Jin family, I'm not his match." "You're not his match? There's such a powerful genius in the Qin Tian Star Field." The head of the Jin family was slightly surprised. "He's a monster. He's only a level 5 heavenly god, but his combat strength is ridiculously strong. Not only did he defeat me, but he also defeated the other geniuses of the Heavenly God Mansion and obtained a treasure." Jin Yuan immediately told the head of the Jin family about what had happened in the Starry Crescent ancient city. "I can't believe such a thing happened." The head of the Jin family and the other experts of the Jin family were stunned when they heard the story. They were really shocked. "Monster? He must be a monster with great luck. If we offend someone like him, we must get rid of him." The head of the Jin family said coldly. "But he's staying in the Starry Camp. It's not easy to kill him." An elder of the Jin family frowned. "Head of the family, elder, this Lu Ming is close to the Wu family. In the Starry Crescent ancient city, the young master of the winged men, Xiang, offended Lu Ming. Lu Ming has been trying to kill Xiang. During this period, he has been asking the Wu family to gather information about Xiang. This might be a chance." Jin Yuan's eyes turned and suggested. The head of the Jin family's eyes lit up and said, "You mean you want to use Xiang to lure Lu Ming out?" Chapter 3079. You want to use Xiang to lure Lu Ming out? The Jin family's patriarch stared at Lu Ming. "R? A? N? W? N? W? 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 R? A? N? W? E? Nasi? O? M? That's right. If Lu Ming wants to kill Xiang, he will definitely leave the interstellar barracks. At that time, we can arrange a few scapegoats and have a reason to kill him." Jin Yuan replied, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. All right, let's do that. The Jin family's patriarch laughed. Patriarch? That Lu Ming has also killed a few of the Qin family's sky prides. For this matter, we can drag the Qin family into this. Jin Yuan said, I understand. I will go to the Winged Man clan now. You go and invite the experts of the Qin family to discuss this. In the end, the Jin family's patriarch ordered an elder of the Jin family. The elder of the Jin family received the order and rushed to the Qin family. As for the Jin family's patriarch, he rushed to the Winged Man clan. In fact, a storm had been brewing in the Qin family for the past 2 days. A few of the Qin family's sky prides had died in Lu Ming's hands. The higher-ups of the Qin family were furious and wanted to deal with Lu Ming. The arrival of the Jin family naturally hit off. Immediately, the Qin family's patriarch rushed to the Winged Man clan to discuss how to deal with Lu Ming. In the main hall of the Winged Man clan, the experts of the 3 major clans gathered together to discuss how to deal with the junior. What's your plan? The Winged Man clan's patriarch stared at the Jin family's patriarch and asked, Let Xiang leave the Winged Man clan and walk outside. It's best if he stays in a crowded place and lure Lu Ming to kill him. Once he kills someone, we will have 100 reasons to kill him. Even the interstellar barracks won't be able to protect him. The Jin family's patriarch said coldly. Bang! The Winged Person clan's clan head slammed the table heavily. He stared at the Jin clan's clan head with an unfriendly gaze and said, You mean to say that you want to sacrifice my son, Xiang, and let Lu Ming kill him? Ha ha, brother, you've misunderstood. Of course not. Young Master Xiang is only bait. You can arrange for experts to protect him and then arrange for a few unimportant people to be killed by Lu Ming. Wouldn't that be enough? The head of the Jin family laughed. That's more like it. That brat is bent on killing my son. He should be eliminated as soon as possible. The head of the Winged Man clan nodded. Immediately, the heads of the 3 aristocratic families began to discuss the specifics. Lu Ming was completely unaware of all of this. In the following 10-odd days, Lu Ming wholeheartedly comprehended the Overlord Spear Art and finally made great progress. The first stage of the Overlord Spear Art had been successfully cultivated by him. Next, he just needed to slowly nurture it. Then, Lu Ming took out the God of War Strike and studied it carefully. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He ended his comprehension and a sound transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. Just now, he felt that someone had sent him a message, so he ended his cultivation. There's news about Xiang. Lu Ming scanned the sound transmission jade talisman with his spiritual sense, and his eyes lit up. The one who sent him the message was Wu Ming. Previously, he had asked Wu Ming and the others to inquire about Xiang's whereabouts. Now he finally got the news. Lu Ming left the courtyard. As expected, he saw Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and Wu Zixiong outside the door. Brothers Wu, where is Xiang? Has he returned to the Starry Sky camp? Lu Ming asked. No. Wu Ming shook his head and said, We found out that Xiang had been holed up in the Winged Person clan for some time. However, he left the Winged Person clan 7 or 8 days ago and has been active in the Soaring Cloud region. The Soaring Cloud region. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. After arriving at the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor, Lu Ming naturally did some research on the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor. The entire planet was the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor. It was extremely vast. However, it was also divided into different regions. For example, the core region of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Manor and the various aristocratic families' headquarters. Other than that, there were some regions where ordinary people gathered or where commercial areas were for consumption. The Soaring Cloud region was a commercial area. There were restaurants, markets, auction houses, brothels, and everything that one could think of. It was extremely prosperous. It was also the region with the most people. Brother Lu, that Xiang had been holed up in the Winged Person clan and did not dare to come out. Then, he suddenly appeared in the Soaring Cloud region and swaggered in and out of various restaurants and brothels. I'm afraid that there's a trap here. We can't act rashly, Wu Zixiong said with a frown. Lu Ming nodded. He had also thought of this point. He wanted to kill Yixiang. However, Lu Ming had quite a number of enemies. Perhaps the other party wanted to kill him too. However, it would be difficult for the other party to make a move in the Starry Sky camp. Perhaps the other party wanted to lure him out before killing him. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a countermeasure. He definitely had to kill Yixiang. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to calm down. However, it would depend on how he killed him. How about this? Let's wait a little longer and observe the situation first, Lu Ming said. He was not an impulsive person. Even if he knew that there might be a trap, he would still kill his way in. That's for the best. If there's anything, we'll inform you immediately, Wu Ming said. Thank you very much. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked them. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Lu Ming, the family head of the Wu family, already knows about your matter. He said that if you need any help, feel free to ask. The Wu family will definitely do our best to help, Wu Zixiong said. Wu family's patriarch? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not expect that his matter would reach the ears of the Wu family's patriarch. Perhaps Wu Zifeng had contributed to this. Everyone, please help me thank the Wu family's patriarch. If Lu Ming needs help, I won't be courteous. Lu Ming smiled. Subsequently, Wu Ming and the rest bade farewell. After Wu Ming and the rest left, Lu Ming was about to return to his room. From the direction of the Star Peak, a figure stepped on the air and flew over. If it wasn't Lan Ling, who else could it be? Why are you here again? Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? Lu Ming glanced at Lan Ling and said coldly. Lan Ling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She had never been so unwelcome before. Lu Ming, do you think I want to come? It's my father who wants to see you. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and said, Senior Blue Merchant, could it be? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Blue Merchant had found a clue from the Dark Knight Devil's storage ring? I've already sent the message. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. After Lan Ling finished speaking, she turned around and left like a proud swan. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered with Lan Ling and followed after her. Soon, Lu Ming came to the Blue Merchant's courtyard for the second time. Senior, did you ask me to come here because you have a clue about the 9 extinction divine crystal? As soon as he saw Blue Merchant, Lu Ming couldn't wait to ask. Yes, I have a clue. Lan Shang smiled faintly and said, Dark Knight Devil King, sealing a projection into an ordinary divine artifact. That's a good method. After saying that, a simple and unadorned axe appeared in his hand. This axe was only an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. Sealed in this axe? Lu Ming was surprised. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 3080. Looking at the axe in Blue Merchant's hand, Lu Ming was surprised. W? R? N? Wayna, this was indeed an axe from the Eventide Demon King's storage ring. Lu Ming had checked it a few times before, but he did not find anything. Look, Blue Merchant said. Then the axe floated in the air. Blue Merchant's fingers kept drawing runes, and they flew into the axe. Buzz! The axe vibrated slightly, and runes appeared on its surface. The runes on the axe intertwined and radiated light. The light formed a projection in the air. That's the Dark Knight Demon King and the Dark Ice Tribe. Lu Ming saw the figure of the Eventide Demon on the projection at one glance. There were a few figures beside the Dark Knight Demon King. They were from the Dark Ice Tribe. Lu Ming had seen the Dark Ice Tribe before. Hence, he could recognize them at a glance. However, both the Dark Knight Demon King and the Dark Ice Race were very respectful to these figures. Those figures were covered in black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. This time, we will arrange it well. We will hide the 9 Ju sacred crystal with the Dark Ice Tribe. One of the black-robed figures said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. They were indeed discussing how to steal the 9 Ju sacred crystal. The members of the Dark Ice Race and the Dark Knight Devil bowed to him. The few of them discussed for a while, and it was all about the specific matters of stealing the 9 extinction divine crystal. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, they didn't know the identities of the few black-robed people. The 9 Jew sacred crystal is with the Dark Ice tribe. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was delighted. Although he did not know who was in cahoots with the Dark Ice tribe, he had finally found the whereabouts of the 9 Jew sacred crystal. As long as he destroyed the Dark Ice tribe and took back the 9 Jew sacred crystal, the Qin Tian territory would be safe. Lu Ming, what are you going to do? Blue Merchant asked. What am I going to do? Of course, I will take this projection and make it public. Lu Ming said. That's easy. Maybe we can plan to lure out the forces that are in cahoots with the Dark Ice tribe and kill them all. Blue Merchant said with a smile. Lure out the mastermind? I want to do that too. But what can we do? Lu Ming asked. Well, you'll have to figure out yourself. I'm just suggesting. Lan Shang chuckled. He was simply like an old fox. Lu Ming was speechless. However, his eyes lit up the next moment as he thought of a solution. When Lu Ming first came to the 9 Jew Heavenly King Mansion, he was intercepted by a group of people. Now that he thought about it, the other party must have guessed that there was evidence in the storage ring of the Dark Knight Demon King. However, they probably did not know what the evidences Jew. Perhaps they didn't know that the evidence left by the Night Devil only exposed the Dark Ice race, but not the person behind it. The Dark Knight Demon King was in a hurry to kill Lu Ming and take away the evidence. Based on that, he could use the evidence to lure the Dark Knight Demon King out or blackmail the Dark Knight Demon King into admitting it himself. Moreover, Lu Ming suspected that the mastermind might be the Jin family or the Qin family. Since Lu Ming came to the Starry Camp, he was targeted by the 2 families. They wanted to kill him. Maybe they wanted to kill him and take away the Dark Knight Demon King's Jew. Then, maybe I can make use of Xianxia's incident. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Xianxia suddenly swaggered outside. Lu Ming suspected that he might have joined forces with the Jin family and the Qin family to lure him out so that they could kill him. Then, could he beat them at their own game and make a big deal out of it? Then, he could blackmail them and make them give themselves away. However, if he wanted to carry out this plan, he must have a strong backing. Otherwise, he would be killed before the plan could be carried out. At the thought of this, Lu Ming told Lan Shang about Xiang and his plan. Not bad. This is a good plan. After hearing that, Lan Shang nodded continuously. He looked at Lu Ming with increasing satisfaction. To be able to come up with such a plan in such a short period of time was not something an ordinary person could do. If he wanted to reverse Jing Yu's case, he not only needed strength, he also needed brains. Without brains, he would not be able to go far. All right, let's carry out this plan. Your safety will be in the hands of your Uncle Lan Shu. Blue Merchant smiled confidently. However, if you want to make a big deal out of this, I alone won't be enough. Don't you have a good relationship with the Wu family? You can borrow their strength. Then, Lan Shang reminded him again. All right. Lu Ming nodded his head and discussed the details of the plan with Blue Merchant. Then, they left the place. After that, Lu Ming found Wu Ming and Wu Yu and told them about his plan. All right, leave this to us. We'll send a message to young Master Zifeng. Wu Ming said. Immediately, Wu Ming sent a message to Wu Zifeng. Soon, Wu Ming received a reply. Brother Lu, don't worry. The family head has said that he'll help you. If necessary, the family head will do it himself. Wu Ming said. Thank you. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the help of the Wu family, this plan could be carried out smoothly. Xiang, I'll take your life. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Soaring Cloud District was the largest commercial district in the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence. The streets were crisscrossed and there were shops everywhere. A large number of people gathered here, and it was extremely prosperous. The Inn in the Clouds was the largest restaurant in the Soaring Cloud District. It was also a place of romance. The Inn in the Clouds, as its name suggested, floated in the clouds all year round and was very large. Those who drank here would be accompanied by young and beautiful ladies. Moreover, the wine and delicacies were also top-notch. Naturally, It attracted a large number of customers. The Inn in the Clouds had 3 floors and was very large. There were luxurious tables and chairs placed everywhere, and almost all of them were filled with customers. On one of the tables, Xiang was drinking with a few friends. Beside them, there was a beautiful lady accompanying them. Xiang hugged a young lady, and his evil claws wandered around her body, causing the lady to giggle. "Haha, come, beauty, have a drink with me." Xiang laughed loudly and raised his wine cup, asking the lady to drink. "Since it's young Master Xiang's wine, I won't stand on ceremony." The lady took the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Good alcohol tolerance." Xiang clapped his hands and praised without restraint. However, from time to time, there would be a sharp glint in the depths of his eyes as he glanced around. "Lu Ming, I hope you can appear. Once you appear, it'll be your death." Xiang roared in his heart, and his killing intent was boundless. Previously, he was afraid of Lu Ming and hid in the Wingman clan. He did not even dare to return to the Starry Camp. This matter had become a joke to him. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. P.S. Readers, I'm the Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Chapter 3081. This time, Xiang swaggered into the soaring cloud area to lure Lu Ming out. Once Lu Ming came out, it would be his death. However, it had been a few days, and Lu Ming had yet to appear. This made him anxious. This guy keeps saying that he wants to kill me, but he doesn't dare to appear. He's also a good-for-nothing. Humph, but this good-for-nothing woman is really beautiful. If there's a chance, I must get my hands on that woman and have fun with her. Xiang had vicious thoughts in his mind. At the thought of Autumn Moon's peerless beauty and perfect expression, there was a raging flame in his eyes. Compared to Autumn Moon, he suddenly felt that the beauty in his arms was simply ordinary. There was no comparison at all. They were heaven and earth. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, unhurried footsteps could be heard from the staircase. It spread throughout the entire 3rd floor. Many people looked at the staircase curiously. This was the 9 Extremes Heavenly King residence. Even the weakest person was at the virtual god realm. Those who had reached this realm would not have any footsteps. But now, someone was walking with such well-proportioned footsteps. Obviously, it was done on purpose and naturally attracted the attention of others. Soon, a young man appeared from the staircase and walked slowly to the 3rd floor. Lu Ming. Seeing this young man, Xiang's eyes lit up, and he slowly uttered 2 words. That's right. The young man who walked up from the staircase was Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked up to the 3rd floor step by step. His gaze was fixed on Xiang. He then stepped forward, and a cold, murderous intent filled the air and suppressed Xiang. Xiang, you're finally not hiding in the Wingman family anymore. Very good. Today will be the day you die, Lu Ming said coldly. His voice was icy cold. In the restaurant, many people's hearts were shaken, and a commotion broke out. Who is this guy? He wants to kill Xiang? Xiang is the young master of the Wingman family. This guy is really audacious. He doesn't want to live anymore. Moreover, Xiang's cultivation is extremely shocking. Judging from this guy's aura, his cultivation is not high. He wants to kill Xiang. He's overestimating himself. Just watch, there's going to be a good show. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing animatedly, as if they wanted to watch a good show. How dare you? Brat, what did you say? Before Xiang could open his mouth, a young man in his 30s suddenly slammed the table and stood up. A berserk aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Half-step divine king realm. This young man, who seemed to be in his 30s, was a half-step divine king. This brat wants to kill young master Xiang. Looks like he's tired of living. Another young man at the side said coldly. He looked to be in his 30s. However, these young men were too old to join the Starry Barracks. Thus, they were unaware of Lu Ming's achievements. Otherwise, they would not dare to speak in such a manner. Lu Ming, you want to kill me? Xiang said indifferently. He continued to drink his wine with a calm expression. He was waiting for Lu Ming to come, so naturally, he wasn't flustered at all. Nonsense. How dare you touch my Lu Ming's woman? Your ending is already decided, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he took a step forward, his killing intent becoming even more intense. Swoosh! Suddenly, a young man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His berserk aura pressed down on Lu Ming. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? The young man said ferociously. Get lost if you don't want to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Brat, what did you say? You're courting death. The young man shouted coldly. He bent his fingers into a claw and clawed at Lu Ming's head. The moment he clawed, the young man's claw turned golden. The claw pierced through the air, producing a terrifying whistling sound. Jin family. Looks like you're trying to lure me out. Lu Ming sneered in his heart and threw out a punch. Roar. Lu Ming's fist let out a dragon's roar. Then, a 9-clawed dragon pounced out and clashed with the young man's claw. In the next moment, the young man let out a miserable shriek. Because his claw had exploded, the 9-clawed dragon did not stop there. It pounced on the young man and tore his body apart with its claw. The young man from Jin family had fallen. There was a brief silence in the restaurant. Many people revealed shocked expressions. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. He killed a half-step divine king with just a wave of his hand. Lu Ming, how dare you kill someone? You're courting death. Go and kill him together. Xianxia shouted angrily. Of course, he was pretending to be angry. He was happy that Lu Ming had killed someone. The people around him were originally sent to their deaths. Lu Ming had killed someone. They had 100 reasons to kill Lu Ming. The Starry Sky Battalion had nothing to say. Kill this brat. Beside Xianxia, another 3 young men roared. Violent auras exploded as they charged towards Lu Ming. The 3 of them did not know about Xianxia's plan. When they saw that Lu Ming dared to kill one of their men, they were enraged and charged towards Lu Ming. You're courting death, Lu Ming said indifferently. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear trembled and rays of spear light burst out. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 rays of spear light easily destroyed their attacks and pierced through their foreheads. The 3 young experts were killed instantly. Xianxia, it's your turn now. Lu Ming stared coldly at Xianxia. His long spear trembled and another ray of spear light pierced towards Xianxia. At this moment, there was only one young man left beside Xianxia. This young man looked to be in his 30s. He had a pair of wings on his back. Like Xianxia, he was also a lightning wingman. At this moment, the young man moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia. One of his wings swept out like a blade. Boom! The wing slashed onto Lu Ming's spear light and destroyed Lu Ming's spear light. Boom! Then, a violent aura emitted from the young man's body. The restaurant was immediately shrouded by a terrifying pressure. It's a divine king. Second divine king realm. Some people exclaimed. This young man was at the second divine king realm. Indeed, there are experts around him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill Xianxia this time. Indeed, there were experts around him. Lu Ming, how dare you kill people in broad daylight? This time, even the Starry Sky camp can't protect you. Xianxia finally stood up and shouted at Lu Ming while pointing at him. That's right. You killed people of the Jin family for no reason. You deserve to die. At this moment, a voice came from the 2nd floor. The restaurant in the clouds had 5 floors. The voice came from the 4th floor. Before he finished speaking, a figure flashed and a group of people appeared beside Xianxia. The leader wore a golden robe and had a handsome and cold face. He was one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, Jin Yuan. There were a few middle-aged men beside Jin Yuan. Their auras were as strong as mountains. Chapter 3082. Jin Yuan appeared beside Xianxia with a few burly men and stared coldly at Lu Ming. You've finally shown up? Lu Ming said in a low voice, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. Seeing Jin Yuan, Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. The other party had set this up on purpose to bait him. Looks like you've been waiting for me here, Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming, You killed the Jin clan's men for no reason and even wanted to kill Xianxia. How audacious. What do you think the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence is? Why don't you surrender now? Are you waiting for us to make a move? Jin Yuan shouted coldly with a cold smile. Those men were from the Jin clan, but their talents were average. They were pushed out by the Jin clan to let Lu Ming kill them. Lu Ming killed them first, so no one would say anything if they killed Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming was from the Starry Camp. As expected, Lu Ming had fallen into their trap. Everything was going according to their plan. Jin Yuan, since you're shouting so loudly, then come and take me. Let's see if a loser like you can take me down. Lu Ming looked at Jin Yuan indifferently with a mocking expression. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused the others in the restaurant to be surprised. What does Lu Ming mean? Did he defeat Jin Yuan before? It can't be. Jin Yuan is known as one of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan. He awakened his origin source divine power factor long ago. Can Lu Ming defeat Jin Yuan? It's possible. Otherwise, why would Lu Ming say that? The people in the restaurant discussed animatedly as they looked at Jin Yuan and Lu Ming. Jin Yuan's face was extremely gloomy and his killing intent was extremely strong. Lu Ming, now is not the time to fight with you alone. You killed the Jin clan's men. It's time for you to pay with your life. Men, take him down. Jin Yuan waved his hand. Boom! Beside Gold Ingot, a burly man stepped out and a powerful aura erupted from his body. He was a first King God Realm warrior. His aura was as thick as a mountain. His skin glowed with a golden light, as if he was made of gold. Boom! The Jin clan's godly king sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. The void trembled violently as a violent energy surged towards Lu Ming like a tidal wave. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming sensed that although this godly monarch of the Jin family had a similar cultivation base as the Dark Knight Demon King, his combat strength was definitely above the Dark Knight Demon King's. In an instant, all of Lu Ming's divine power erupted from his body, and he activated the battle character's secret art to quadruple his combat strength. Moon slaying. A low shout came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, a crescent-shaped spear light violently chopped out. Clang! The crescent-shaped spear light collided with the Jin clan's godly king's palm, creating a dull explosion. At the point of impact, the energy swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. The entire restaurant trembled. However, in the next moment, the walls and floor of the restaurant glowed with colorful lights. Dense runes appeared, blocking the energy waves that spread out in all directions. As the largest restaurant in the Soaring Cloud District, the restaurant in the clouds had an extraordinary background. It was supported by a powerful force, and the entire restaurant was a treasure. It was covered with great arrays, so it wasn't afraid of a great battle. However, the expensive tables and chairs next to the 2 of them were not protected by great arrays. They were crushed by the energy waves of the 2 of them. The other people in the restaurant were forced to retreat. However, there were also experts among them. There were quite a few godly kings. They circulated their divine power and blocked the aftershock of Lu Ming's attack. Buzz! The spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated continuously. A powerful energy surged out, causing Lu Ming's body to float backwards. On the other hand, Godly King's body only swayed slightly before he stabilized himself. Without transforming into his ancient god body, Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. However, this also shocked the others. Now, many people had seen through Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming was only a 6th-layer heavenly god. It was unbelievable that a 6th-layer heavenly god could fight a 1st-layer godly king. Die! After pushing Lu Ming back, the Jin clan's godly king immediately launched a fierce attack. His golden palm broke through the air, attacking Lu Ming like a storm. However, Lu Ming didn't want to face him head-on. He used the 9 Heavens Kunpeng art. A 9 Heavens Kunpeng appeared on his body. With a flash, Lu Ming charged towards Xianxia. This time, he had to kill Xianxia. Whoosh! Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. He charged towards Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. Before he arrived, a A spear light had already shot towards Xiang. Save me. Xiang was shocked. Beside Xiang, the Winged Men clan's godly king was already prepared. He flapped his lightning wings and slashed towards Lu Ming's spear light like a sharp blade. He shattered Lu Ming's spear light. However, 9 ice chains immediately shot towards Xiang like dancing snakes. You're courting death. The Winged Men clan's godly king roared furiously. He unleashed a powerful aura, and his body was covered in lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from his body and bombarded the ice chains. A series of explosions could be heard as the 9 ice chains exploded one after another. In an instant, the 9 ice chains had all exploded and turned into streams of cold air that dissipated into the air. The Winged Men clan's godly king was a second-layer godly king expert. A second-layer godly king was extremely powerful. He was much stronger than a first-layer godly king. As the saying went, those with a higher rank could crush a person to death. This sentence was also suitable to describe the godly king realm. In the godly king realm, if one's cultivation base was 1 layer higher, he would have an absolute advantage. Even a genius with divine grade, divine power would find it difficult to fight against someone with a higher rank. Only some monstrous geniuses could do so. Therefore, no matter how tough the ice chains were, they would be shattered by his attack. Die! Then, the Winged Men clan's godly king shouted coldly. He pressed his palm down, and lightning bolts shot towards Lu Ming. However, just as the Winged Men clan's godly king made his move, Lu Ming's body flashed, and he dashed towards the other side. This time, he wasn't going to attack Xiang but Jin Yuan. Yes, this time, Lu Ming was going to attack Jin Yuan. In reality, the reason he attacked Xiang just now was just a facade. His real target was Jin Yuan. In the process of dashing out, Lu Ming's body swelled rapidly. Lu Ming was transforming into his ancient god body. Strangely, the height of the 3rd floor of the restaurant was only a dozen meters. However, as Lu Ming's body grew rapidly, the height of the restaurant also increased rapidly. In the end, it reached a height of a few hundred meters. Its length and width also increased by a few times. Conflicts often broke out in the restaurant above the clouds. There were even fights between people of different races and different sizes. Therefore, the entire restaurant above the clouds was a treasure. Not only was it covered with formations, but it could also change its size at will. Buzz! After transforming into his ancient god body, Lu Ming's fighting strength skyrocketed. He swept his long spear towards Jin Yuan. Before the long spear reached him, the terrifying energy wave had already caused Jin Yuan's expression to change drastically. Chapter 3083. Void-Shattering Hand. The Jin family god king who had fought with Lu Ming shouted. His hand glowed as he used the Void-Shattering Hand to attack Lu Ming. Dong! Their attacks collided once again. This time, the shockwaves were even more terrifying as they swept out in all directions. Then a figure retreated violently, vomiting blood. This time, it was the Jin family god king who retreated. The Jin family god king was in the 1st layer of the king god realm. Although he was slightly stronger than the Dark Knight Devil King, it was not by much. Before Lu Ming transformed into his ancient god body, he was at a disadvantage. Once he transformed into his ancient god body, his fighting strength completely surpassed his opponent. What? Upon seeing this sight, the crowd widened their eyes in shock. The strength Lu Ming had displayed before was already terrifying. But now, Lu Ming's strength could only be described as shocking. He had injured a god king in one move. After injuring his opponent, Lu Ming continued to step forward. His violent aura swept towards Jin Yuan like a storm. Jin Yuan's face changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly. Lu Ming's ability had improved tremendously compared to when he was in Xianxia Ancient City. This simply made him envious and jealous. Kill! Kill him for me. Let's attack together. Jin Yuan shouted. Kill! Kill! The big men by Jin Yuan's side all roared and attacked at the same time, all of them releasing shocking auras. These men were all in the first layer of the King God realm. Their bodies glowed with golden light as they attacked Lu Ming together. Ice chains. Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the 9 ice chains condensed once again. They danced in front of him, blocking the attacks of the few burly men from the Jin family. The first layer of the King God realm could not break the ice chains. After using the ice chains to block their attacks, Lu Ming stared at one of them and attacked ferociously. Moon slashing. Lu Ming shouted, almost using his full strength. His spear chopped down towards one of the big men. Lu Ming was now using all of his strength to execute the moon beheading strike. How astonishing was its power! It instantly pierced through the big man's defense and split his body in half. A God King had fallen. This was considered Lu Ming's first time relying on his own strength to kill a divine king powerhouse. Back then, although Lu Ming had killed the Night Devil King, it was because of Lu Ming's sneak attack. Furthermore, the Night Devil King was heavily injured and was killed by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming was completely relying on his own strength to kill his opponent. How could this be? This scene caused Jin Yuan and the others to be horrified. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. His imposing manner was like a madman. His long spear vibrated madly as it continuously slashed out. In an instant, Lu Ming used the moon, slashing 3 times. 3 crescent-shaped spear lights slashed towards the 3 big men. Although the 3 big men were prepared and did their best to defend, they were still heavily injured. They were sent flying and coughing up blood. For someone like Jin Yuan, his battle strength was enough to fight against a first-layer God King. He could even gain the upper hand. When Lu Ming was in the 5th layer God realm, he could already crush Jin Yuan. He could even defeat Chu Baxing and the others who were even stronger. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 6th layer God realm, his battle strength was even stronger than when he was in Xianxia Ancient City. It was naturally easy for him to deal with an ordinary 1st layer God King. Several first sky of King God Realm guards were killed or severely wounded. Jin Yuan was so scared that he shuddered and retreated hastily. Jin Yuan die, Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and pressed his long spear down with the momentum of Mount Tai. Jin Yuan was shocked. Just as he was about to use all of his strength to resist, a figure suddenly rushed over from the other side. He stood in front of Jin Yuan, his body emitting a dazzling golden light. Dong! The person threw out a palm and hit the long spear. Lu Ming felt a powerful force coming from the long spear. His body shook violently, and he couldn't help but retreat. 2nd layer God King. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The person who had attacked him was also a big man. Without a doubt, he was also an expert from the Jin family. The Jin family also had a 2nd layer God King in the restaurant. 2nd layer God King. Ha ha ha. Kill. Kill that kid. Jin Yuan screamed hysterically. Just now, he was so frightened by Lu Ming that he almost wet his pants. Young Master Jin Yuan, don't worry. Today he will die for sure. The expert from the Jin family said coldly. He was like a golden man, extremely dazzling. A 2nd layer God King was much stronger than a 1st layer God King. Although Lu Ming could kill a 1st layer God King, he was definitely not a match for a 2nd layer God King. A 2nd layer God King against a 1st layer God King would definitely be killed instantly. There was no suspense. Bang! The expert from the Jin family, who was in the 2nd heaven of the Divine King realm, took a step forward and dashed toward Lu Ming. He threw out a huge palm print toward Lu Ming, causing the void to tremble violently. It was the same void-shattering hand. However, a 2nd layer God King was much stronger than a 1st layer God King. However, Lu Ming didn't dodge. His body flashed, dashing toward his opponent. He's crazy. A thought flashed across many people's minds. They thought that Lu Ming was crazy. Lu Ming's fighting capacity was obviously not a match for a 2nd layer God King. However, he dared to rush toward his opponent. Wasn't he seeking death? You're courting death. Jin Yuan's eyes flashed ferociously. Die! The second layer God King of the Jin family shouted, and his palm strike became stronger. Xiao. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Then, Xiao, who had turned into a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist, moved. Swoosh! Xiao rushed out and turned into a ball. A tentacle extended from its round body and turned into a saber, slashing out. The saber slashed toward the Jin family expert's palm print. The Jin family expert's palm print couldn't withstand a single blow. It was cut in half like a piece of tofu. This scene greatly shocked the Jin family's experts. They were somewhat dumbfounded. His full-powered palm print was extremely powerful. However, it was easily broken by a metal ball. He was stunned, and his fate was sealed. Xiao dashed toward the Jin family expert like a bolt of lightning. Its saber continued to slash down. The Jin family expert roared furiously. He had just set up a layer of defense when Xiao's saber slashed through it. Swoosh! The Jin family expert's defense was like a piece of paper. His entire body was cut in half, and he died on the spot. Xiao's strength was terrifying. Even in the King God realm, it could kill opponents with a higher level. Now that Xiao had broken through to the second layer God King, it was easy for it to kill someone at the same level. This Jin Yuan was dumbfounded. His brain turned into paste. He was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that a second layer God King of the Jin family would be killed just like that. Run! Run! In the next moment, he screamed crazily in his mind. He wanted to retreat and run away. However, how could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? Boom! A huge spear light pressed down on Jin Yuan. Chapter 3084. Lu Ming thrusted out his spear. A giant spear light pressed down on Jin Yuan. At this moment, Jin Yuan was in a state of panic. He hurriedly circulated his energy to block the attack. However, he could not even unleash half of his abilities. In the end, he could only let out a miserable cry before he was blasted apart by Lu Ming's spear gleam. Jin Yuan had fallen. The others in the restaurant took in a cold breath. They were terrified. Big deal. They knew that something big had happened today. Several King God Realm warriors of the Jin family had been killed. Now, even Jin Yuan, one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, had been killed. If the Jin family knew, they would go crazy. At the same time, they were shocked by Lu Ming's power. He had just killed a King God Realm warrior of the Jin family. Now, he had killed a second King God Realm warrior. Metal life form. It's a metal life form. No wonder I didn't sense any aura before. Some people discussed animatedly. Let's go. At this moment, the second sky of King God Realm warrior of the Winged Man clan took Xianxia and stormed out of the restaurant through the window. Lu Ming had just killed the Jin family's warriors and Jin Yuan. Xianxia was scared out of his wits. The second King God Realm warrior didn't dare to linger. He took Xianxia and ran away. They had miscalculated. They knew they had miscalculated. They had never thought that Lu Ming would have a terrifying metal life form. Want to run away? Today, you will die together with me, Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took Xiao and dashed out of the window. Boom! As soon as they were out of the window, Lu Ming thrusted out his spear. A giant spear light was like a boundless mountain range, pressing down on Xianxia and the Winged Men clan's warrior. The air was stirred up, creating a violent sound that alerted the people nearby. Nearby, everyone stopped to watch. Slash! The Winged Men clan's warrior flapped his wings. A sharp light slashed up to the sky, shattering Lu Ming's spear light. However, his speed was also hindered for a moment. His speed was greatly reduced. Xiao seized the chance and flew out, catching up with Xianxia and the Winged Men clan's warrior. Young master, you go first. The expert from the Winged Men clan roared and turned around abruptly. His pair of wings rapidly enlarged and filled with boundless lightning. Then, the boundless lightning struck towards Xiao. However, lightning was completely ineffective against Xiao. Xiao itself carried a type of terrifying lightning with boundless power. So when these lightning bolts struck Xiao, they were directly absorbed by Xiao. Xiao was not hindered in the slightest. Its figure charged through and then slashed at the winged men expert. This person had not expected the lightning to be useless against Xianxia and was caught off guard. Pucci! Xianxia's saber slashed down, and the man was cleaved into two. Ah! Xiang screamed in fright. Your turn. Lu Ming coldly spoke as he stepped out, rushing towards Xiang. How dare you? You're courting death. At this moment, a few angry roars could be heard from the surroundings. Thereafter, a few terrifying auras spread toward Lu Ming from all directions. Under the pressure of these auras, Lu Ming's body trembled violently as if several divine mountains were pressing down on his body. He almost vomited blood. Then, several figures rushed over with terrifying speed. In a flash, they were beside Xiang. There were three of them, three big men. One was wearing a golden robe, one had a pair of lightning wings on his back, and one had scales between his eyebrows. One was from the Jin family, one was from the Wingmen clan, and the last one was from the Qin family. These three men had been guarding the tower in the clouds. However, Lu Ming had just charged out, and Xianxia had killed the Wingmen clan's expert. It had happened so fast that these experts did not even have time to react. When the Wingmen clan's expert was killed, they reacted and rushed over, protecting Xiang in the middle. Third King God Realm. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. The three of them were the third sky of the King God Realm experts. Their competence was terrifying. With Lu Ming's strength, he would be killed in a second if he faced a third King God Realm expert. Ha ha ha, they're here. Finally, they're here. Xiang exhaled in relief. Then, he laughed crazily in his heart. His eyes were ferocious. Kill this brat. He killed Jin Yuan. He killed Jin Yuan. Xiang screamed. What? He killed Jin Yuan? Damn it. When the big man from the Jin family heard the news, he roared furiously. His aura exploded like a volcano. His anger soared to the sky. His murderous aura was extremely cold. His body trembled because of his anger. He gazed at Lu Ming. They had made a mistake. They had made a mistake. They had been guarding the tower in the clouds. They had seen Lu Ming enter the tower in the clouds. They had seen Lu Ming enter the tower in the clouds alone. Thus, they had not followed him. There were several Second King God Realm experts and some First King God Realm experts in the tower in the clouds. It was easy for them to deal with Lu Ming. If there had been experts following Lu Ming, they would have entered the tower in the clouds as well. They had never thought that Lu Ming would have a metallic life form with him. The metallic life form was strange. When Lu Ming wore it, it looked like a piece of jewelry. Unless they sensed it carefully, they would not be able to find anything fishy. Thus, they knew they had made a mistake. They had sacrificed Jin Yuan for nothing. Kid, I will grind your bones to dust. The third King God Realm expert of the Jin family roared furiously. His wild aura locked on Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't move. Xianxia. Lu Ming sent Xianxia a message. Xianxia flew back to Lu Ming and turned back into a bracelet. It wrapped itself around Lu Ming's wrist. With Xianxia's power, Lu Ming shook his arm and broke the opponent's oppressive aura. However, in the next moment, the Jin family expert took a step forward. He dashed towards Lu Ming like a beam of golden light. His palm turned golden as it slammed down on Lu Ming. A loud explosion resounded in the air. The terrifying energy was like a tsunami. A third King God Realm expert's divine power was extremely shocking. It was much stronger than a second King God Realm expert. Xianxia, I'm counting on you. Lu Ming sent a message to Xianxia. Don't worry. It's just a third King God Realm expert. Leave it to me. Xianxia's voice resounded. Then, its body wriggled, wrapping around Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming put away his spear and punched out. Creak, creak. After Lu Ming punched out, Xianxia's body emitted streaks of lightning. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with the third King God Realm expert's palm. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The terrifying shockwave almost blew the tower in the clouds away. Creak, creak, creak. Xianxia's body was covered in lightning. This kind of lightning came from the bronze of the ancient god world. It was ancient and powerful. Lightning flashed and destroyed the Gene family expert's palm. Then, lightning continued to strike the Gene family expert. The third King God Realm expert was hit by a lightning bolt. He trembled and retreated. His body was numb, and he almost vomited blood. Chapter 3085. Lu Ming had defeated the King God Realm expert of the Gene family with a single punch. Xiang was scared to death. Attack! All of you, attack together. Let's kill this kid. Xiang shouted. This kid is evil. Let's attack together. The King God Realm expert of the Gene family said. Boom! Boom! The King God Realm expert of the Wingmen clan and the expert of the Qin family attacked at the same time. 3 King God Realm experts attacked at the same time. Their aura was earth-shattering. At first, some people were watching from the sidelines. Now, they kept retreating as they were afraid of being affected. Someone come quickly. At this moment, Xiang shouted to the distance. He didn't know why, but he was still not confident. Lu Ming had brought him too much fear. Even though 3 King God Realm experts were protecting him, he still wasn't confident. He knew that there were experts from the 3 aristocratic families guarding the area. There might even be experts stronger than them. These people were used as a precaution. According to the plan, they didn't need to take action. Sending King God Realm experts to deal with a heavenly god was already overboard. Sending experts stronger than that would be a joke. But now, Xiang was panicking. He hoped that more experts would come. Void Breaking Hand, 7 injuring Divine Fist. Thunderbolt Slash. While Xiang was hollering, the 3 experts struck at the same time. 3 types of unique skills were directed at Lu Ming. Faced with such an attack, not to mention Lu Ming, who was merely a heaven god, even an ordinary second-tier king god would be beaten to a pulp. However, Lu Ming had Xianxia. I'm going to explode. Xianxia shouted. Come. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and threw a punch. Creak, creak, creak. Terrifying lightning emitted from Xianxia's body. Boundless lightning energy turned into 3 lightning sabers and slashed at the 3 experts. This was Xianxia's ultimate attack. Xianxia had used all of his strength. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive explosions, a few screams were heard. Then, the 3 figures retreated. 2 of them fell to the ground after retreating. Their bodies were black, and they didn't have any aura. They were dead. 2 of them were directly killed by Xianxia. These 2 people were experts from the Gene family and the Qin family respectively. Xianxia had used all of its power, bursting out all of its lightning energy. That kind of lightning was too intimidating. It had killed 2 third King God Realm experts in just 1 strike. Only the God King of the Winged Men race managed to survive. The Winged Men race's God King also controlled lightning, so his resistance to lightning was stronger. Although he didn't die, his body was charred black like charcoal. At the same time, he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak, and he was half dead. This time Xiang really nearly pissed his pants. His complexion was deathly pale, and his entire body trembled nonstop. Let's see who will save you this time. Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived beside Xiang. His hand reached out and grabbed at Xiang. No! Father, save me. Xiang screamed hysterically. Let go of my young master. At this moment, a long shout came from not far away. That shout pierced through the sky, shaking the entire soaring cloud district. Then, a figure rushed over at a terrifying speed. Before that figure arrived, a terrifying aura had already rushed over like a tidal wave. That aura was several times more intimidating than a third King God Realm expert. Just as Xiang had shouted, the experts who were guarding the area had indeed arrived. Indeed, there are experts here, but it's too late. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He grabbed with his big hand, and a violent force crushed Xiang. Xiang could only let out an indignant scream before he turned into ashes in Lu Ming's big hand. You're courting death. The voice that was charging toward him let out a terrifying roar. A ray of terrifying light, along with the power of thunder, slashed toward Lu Ming, intending to kill him. That person was an expert of the Winged Men clan. When he heard Xiang scream, he immediately rushed over. He didn't expect that he would still be one step too late. Seeing Xiang being killed, he wished he could crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. What a terrifying power. He should be a fourth King God Realm expert. Lu Ming sensed his opponent's power. He deeply understood that his current strength was far from that of an expert. Xianxia's body moved rapidly. In the end, it turned into a suit of armor, covering Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming and Xianxia used all of their strength to resist the opponent's attack. After a terrifying explosion, Lu Ming's body was blown away like a cannonball. He flew for hundreds of miles and vomited blood. Cracks appeared on Xianxia's armor. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to split open. His body was covered with hideous wounds. Blood kept flowing out. If Xianxia hadn't protected him, he would have been smashed into pieces. However, even with Xianxia's protection, Xianxia's cultivation base was only at the second King God Realm. It could kill a third King God Realm expert, but it was still not enough to deal with a fourth King God Realm expert. Swish! A skinny old man appeared in the sky in front of them. This old man had a pair of lightning wings on his back. Of course, he was an expert of the Winged Men clan. At this moment, his body was trembling because of his anger. Terrifying, murderous aura diffused from his body as he stared at Lu Ming. "You kill my young master. Die! Die!" The Winged Men clan's elder roared. His figure dashed towards Lu Ming again. However, at this moment, a figure dashed over from behind Lu Ming. His speed was just as fast. Lu Ming only felt a gust of wind before a figure appeared in front of him. The figure threw out a palm strike and exchanged a blow with the Winged Men clan's elder. In the sky, it was like a planet had exploded. Energy spread everywhere. The Winged Men clan's elder was blown back. The figure in front of Lu Ming also took a few steps back. "Wu family's man, you want to protect this kid?" After the Winged Men clan's elder steadied himself, he roared angrily and stared at the figure in front of Lu Ming. The one who had suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming was the Wu family's expert. "Young Master Lu Ming, I will protect him," the Wu family's expert said resolutely. "Can you protect them all by yourself?" Not far away, a cold voice sounded. Following that, figures rushed over from all directions. There were at least a dozen of them. They were all middle-aged men or old men. Their auras were thick and terrifying. They were all experts of the fourth King God Realm or above. Lu Ming glanced around and found that there were people from the Jin family, the Qin family, and the Winged Men clan among them. The three big families really think highly of me. To kill me, not only did you use the Winged Men clan as bait, but you also sent so many experts. Lu Ming is really honored. Lu Ming's mocking voice arose. Around them, many onlookers understood what was going on. Chapter 3086. The three families' experts all had ugly expressions. This was especially true for the Winged clan and the Jin clan. They had suffered heavy losses this time. Xiang and Jin Yuan had both died. If we had known this would happen, we would have stayed nearby and killed that brat as soon as he appeared, roared one of the Jin clan's elders. They had only stayed nearby as a precaution. They hadn't thought that things would turn out like this. "Since you want to protect that brat, we'll kill you as well," roared one of the Winged clan's elders. His aura surged and thunder rumbled. Lu Ming couldn't tell what their cultivation base was. He only felt that they were terrifying. This kind of existence wasn't something he could deal with. They could kill him with a casual wave of their hand. However, Lu Ming had come prepared today. Sure enough, as soon as the Winged clan's elder finished speaking, a voice came from the side. "What arrogance! Let's see who you can kill." Following that, figures flickered and appeared around Lu Ming. They were all the Wu clan's experts. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was incomparably powerful. In order to help Lu Ming, the Wu clan had also dispatched a large number of experts. They didn't hesitate to go against the three families. Lu Ming was truly grateful for this. The Wu clan's experts erupted with their auras and confronted the three families' experts. "It seems your Wu clan was prepared," said the Winged clan's elder coldly. The Jin clan and Qin clan's people were also incomparably gloomy. Seeing this scene, they still didn't understand that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. They had tricked Lu Ming, but they had been tricked by Lu Ming instead. Clearly, Lu Ming had long since expected danger and had allied with the Wu clan. He had the Wu clan's experts lie in ambush, ready to help at any time. "Could it be that your Wu clan wants to start a war with our three families for this brat?" asked one of the Jin clan's elders coldly. His voice was filled with threat. "Then let's start a war. My Wu clan isn't afraid of you," replied a large man from the Wu clan. This time, the Wu clan head had personally given the order to protect Lu Ming's life no matter what. How could they be afraid of the other party's threat? Moreover, the Wu clan, the Jin clan, and the Qin clan had always been at odds with each other. How could the Wu family compromise in front of the Jin family and the Qin family? "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," an old man from the Winged Men race roared. The wings on his back expanded rapidly, and thunder rumbled. With a flap, he charged towards Lu Ming. However, an expert from the Wu family stepped forward and waved his hand. 10,000 horses galloped forward and condensed into huge war horses that charged towards the expert from the Winged Men clan. The two of them clashed and exchanged a few moves, but it was difficult to determine the victor. "Kill! Kill!" The other experts of the three clans made their moves too, unleashing their cultivation and charging toward Lu Ming. "Protect young Master Lu Ming," an old man of the Wu family gave the order. Immediately, more than a dozen experts from the Wu family formed a wall, blocking Lu Ming behind them as they fought against the experts of the three clans. Immediately, the entire area boiled over. Terrifying auras filled the air, emitting destructive power. With so many divine king experts fighting, this kind of power was enough to threaten the safety of a life star. However, this was the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence. As everyone fought and their auras reached a certain level, lines of incomparably thick runes appeared on the ground. These runes were incomparably thick, like a divine dragon. They intertwined on the ground, forming a great formation to protect the safety of the planet. In a place like the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence, the entire planet had already been set up with a great formation. Otherwise, with so many experts in the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence, a great battle was unavoidable. Without the Great Formation's protection, the entire planet would have been destroyed long ago. With the Great Formation's protection, the power of the battle was completely absorbed by the Great Formation. Both sides fought fiercely, but the experts of the Wu family were wholeheartedly protecting Lu Ming. They did not ask for merit, but only wanted to avoid mistakes. The other party could not kill Lu Ming even if they wanted to. After a few dozen moves, the experts of the 3 clans retreated, their faces gloomy. "Good, very good. Lu Ming killed my Winged clan's young master, Xianxia. Let's see how your Wu family will protect him. Send a message to the patriarch. Report this matter to him." A Winged clan elder roared. "Young Master Jin Yuan has been killed. Send a message to the patriarch." A Jin family expert also spoke. Then, the Qin family's experts also sent a message to the Qin family's patriarch. The Wu family's experts' faces changed. This matter was already out of their control. Now, they could only send the news to the Wu family's patriarch. Everyone sent messages to each other, and then confronted each other. Could it be that the various patriarchs are coming? The surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded. They did not expect things to develop to this point. They continued to retreat, increasing the distance between them to avoid being affected. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, an oppressive aura came from the west. When this aura swept over, many people felt that it was difficult to breathe. Before anyone could react, a terrifying pressure surged over from that direction. It was like an ant facing a tsunami that was hundreds of meters high. Rumble, the pressure became stronger and stronger. Some of the weaker cultivators could not help but vomit blood. Everyone looked in that direction in horror. It seemed that there was a terrifying giant beast flying over. Someone is coming. Someone suppressed his fear and whispered. Then, everyone saw a middle-aged man from the winged men walking over from that direction. This person seemed to be walking very slowly, step by step. But with each step, endless distance passed under his feet. In a few breaths, this person appeared in the sky. That incomparably terrifying pressure was being emitted from this person. This subordinate greets the patriarch. When the Winged Clan's experts saw this middle-aged man, they quickly bowed respectfully. Many people were shocked. This person was actually the patriarch of the Winged Clan. The Winged Clan was a powerful clan in the nine-extinction Heavenly King Palace. The patriarch of the Winged Clan was definitely an overlord in the nine-extinction Heavenly King Palace. His strength was unfathomable. Such a person had personally come today. The patriarch of the Winged Clan swept his gaze across the scene. His eyes were incomparably cold. He said, Xianxia has been killed. Although his voice was calm, anyone could tell that it contained a terrifying killing intent. Yes, yes, an old Winged Clan's expert replied while trembling. Who killed him? The patriarch of the Winged Clan asked. Him, Lu Ming. The old Winged Clan's expert pointed at Lu Ming. A bunch of trash. The patriarch of the Winged Clan scolded. The experts of the Winged Clan lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Chapter 3087. The Wing family's patriarch turned to Lu Ming, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He knew he had miscalculated. He had actually been schemed against by a junior, and his own son had been killed. It could be said that he had given Xianxia to Lu Ming to be killed. Xianxia, father will definitely get revenge for you. The Winged family's patriarch muttered to himself. Then his powerful aura surged toward the Wu family's experts. All of you scram, and I can spare your lives, shouted the Winged family's patriarch. Winged family's patriarch, my Wu family will protect young Master Lu Ming. One of the Wu family's men clenched his teeth. Although they didn't have the slightest chance of victory against the Winged family's patriarch, they still had to do what the patriarch had told them to do, even if they had to pay with their lives. Since you want to protect him, then I'll send you all on your way. The Winged family's patriarch's voice was incomparably cold, emitting killing intent. Iquan, what arrogance! Let's see how you'll kill him. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from behind Lu Ming's group. As soon as he finished his words, another person appeared behind Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming looked over and saw a large man in embroidered robes. His appearance was a bit similar to Wu Zifeng, but he was even more imposing. Patriarch, seeing this large man, the Wu family's people were delighted and hastily bowed. Lu Ming's heart shook. So this person was the Wu family's patriarch. He was in existence on the same level as the Winged family's patriarch. He was one of the overlords of the nine-extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Junior Lu Ming greets the Wu family's patriarch. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. Haha, there's no need to be so courteous. The Wu family's patriarch laughed and waved his sleeve. A surge of energy lifted up Lu Ming. Wu Hani, the head of the Wingman clan, whispered when he saw the head of the Wu clan. His eyes turned cold. Iquan, as the patriarch of a family, are you bullying my Wu family because we have no one to fight? Come. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The head of the Wu family was very domineering. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others, facing the head of the Wingman family. Boom, frightening auras burst forth from the two of them. As their auras clashed, the entire sky within a radius of 1,000,000 li began to tremble violently, as though it was about to collapse. In the middle of the clash of their auras, the void was distorted. Strong chi whistled, as if it was about to turn into chaos. The surrounding people retreated again and again, their faces filled with fear. How terrifying! Is this the strength of a family head? Too shocking. I've heard that the clan head's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the God King realm, allowing him to look down on the other God Kings. Now that I've seen it for myself, it seems like the rumors are true. Some of the more powerful God Kings muttered in shock. peak of the Divine King realm. This was the cultivation of the Wing clan and Wu clan's patriarchs. They looked down on all divine kings and were incomparably powerful. Such a cultivation was extremely rare even in the entire 9 absolute heavenly king manor. They were the overlords of a region. In the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion, although there were existences above the divine king realm, those existences were extremely rare and rarely took action. Therefore, if those existences did not take action, the pinnacle of the divine king realm would be considered as a pinnacle expert. Now, such a figure was going to take action? The auras of the two of them were getting stronger and stronger as they continued to clash in the void. Violent explosions resounded in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, an equally frightening aura surged forth from another direction. That aura mixed with the head of the Wingman family's aura and pressed down on the head of the Wu family. A terrifying explosion resounded. The head of the Wu family's face changed. His body trembled slightly and involuntarily retreated a few steps. In the distance, a golden light rapidly arrived. With a few flickers, it appeared beside the head of the Wingman family. That person's entire body was covered in golden light. His aura was terrifying, not the slightest bit inferior to the head of the Wingman family and the head of the Wu family. Greetings to the head of the family. At the scene, the experts of the Jin family quickly saluted. Everyone's heart shook once again. Another clan head had arrived. Today, there would be a great show to watch. After the head of the Jin family arrived, his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lu Ming. His eyes contained shocking, killing intent. He had already received news that Jin Yuan had been killed by Lu Ming. Of the 4 most talented people of the Jin family's younger generation, 2 of them had actually been killed by Lu Ming. His heart was filled with monstrous fury. Wu Hani, this brat killed many of my Jin family's heavenly geniuses. He even killed Brother Yi's son. He has committed a heinous crime and must be executed, said the head of the Jin family coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. What if I say no? Asked the head of the Wu family. If you say no, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect him by yourself, said the head of the Jin family. His entire body was like a golden sun. His terrifying aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. That's right. If you want to protect him, then we can only kill you first. I believe the Heavenly King won't blame us. At this moment, another voice rang out. This voice didn't come from the head of the Wingman family or the head of the Jin family. It came from another person. Just as he finished speaking, another figure suddenly appeared on the other side. This was also a middle-aged man. He was extremely handsome, and there was a scale between his eyebrows that made him look rather sinister. Greetings, family head. The people of the Qin family immediately bowed. Everyone's hearts shook once again. The head of the Qin family had also arrived. Another peak divine king had arrived. Normally, such people were rarely seen. Many people wanted to greet them, but they didn't expect 4 of them to come today. Haha, Brother Qin, you've also come. The head of the Wingman family smiled, then looked at the head of the Wu family and said, Wu Hani, let's see how you're going to protect him now. The head of the Wu family frowned, his expression somewhat ugly. He didn't expect that the heads of the 3 great families would all come. If it was just one of them, he wouldn't be afraid. But if 2 of them attacked together, he definitely wouldn't be a match. If 3 attacked together, he would definitely die. At this moment, even if he wanted to protect him, he was powerless. I didn't expect that the heads of the 3 great families would all come out for a junior. Truly laughable. Sneered the head of the Wu family. The heads of the 3 great families also had ugly expressions. Today, they had appeared, and the 3 great families would definitely lose face. Since they had already lost face, then they definitely couldn't let Lu Ming go. Wu Hani, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over that brat, or I'll kill you as well. The head of the Wingman family coldly shouted. His aura became even more oppressive. Lightning covered his entire body, making him look like a god of lightning. The head of the Wu family frowned. The current situation really made it difficult for him to back down. Ha ha! I, Lu Ming, am truly honored to trouble 3 peak divine kings to personally come. Even if I die, it's worth it. At this moment, Lu Ming laughed, then stepped forward and arrived beside the head of the Wu family. Wu family head, many thanks for your good intentions. But today's matter, let this junior deal with it himself. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards the head of the Wu family. Chapter 3088. Why don't you let me deal with it myself? Lu Ming's voice spread across the entire place. Many people were stunned. Wouldn't it be a dead end if they let him deal with it himself? Seems like he knows that he's going to die, so he's going all out. He doesn't want to implicate the Wu family, so he's going to die. Seems like he's quite loyal. Some people discussed. Very well, kid. Kill yourself, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The Wingman family's patriarch said coldly. Unless it was a last resort, he really didn't want to kill a heavenly god junior. It would be a disgrace if word got out. Kill myself? Why should I kill myself? Lu Ming curled his lips slightly and said, Since I came to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, I've been secretly ambushed. After coming to the Starry Sky Camp, I've been troubled by the few of you. You're always trying to kill me. I've always been curious as to why you're targeting me and trying to kill me. Now, I understand. At this point, Lu Ming paused for a moment and then said loudly, That's because you guys are the masterminds behind the theft of the 9 Ju Divine Crystal. I have evidence of you guys on me. Therefore, you guys are always trying to kill me and snatch the evidence from me. You're not even afraid of being embarrassed. You even took action personally, right? What? There's such a thing? Many people were shocked by Lu Ming's words, and they were shocked. Some people even looked at the people from the 3 major families with suspicion in their eyes. It was no secret that the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal was stolen by the people from the Xianxia star field. Only those with brains could guess that there must be a spy in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Otherwise, how could the people from the Xianxia star field steal the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal? The key point was who was the spy. They couldn't find a clue. Now that Lu Ming said that, everyone couldn't help but suspect that the spy was really the Jin family, the Qin family, or the Wingman family. The patriarchs of the 3 major families' faces changed. This was a serious crime. If it was true, even the 3 major families couldn't escape the blame. Little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? The Wingman family's patriarch shouted, his aura violent. I'll kill you. The head of the Jin family became even more violent. He stepped out and was about to kill Lu Ming. Do you want to kill me and destroy the evidence? Lu Ming shouted. Hearing this, the Jin clan head stopped abruptly. His face was extremely cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. However, at this moment, he really couldn't kill Lu Ming. Once he killed Lu Ming, wouldn't it confirm Lu Ming's words? Nonsense. Do you know what kind of crime it is to slander us? The head of the Jin family said coldly. Don't you know in your heart whether or not you have slandered me? Lu Ming was not afraid at all. His voice spread throughout the entire arena. This caused the Wing Nation clan's patriarch and Qin clan's patriarch to feel somewhat bewildered. Among them, the head of the Jin family wanted to kill Lu Ming the most. Could it be that what Lu Ming said was true? That the Jin family was really a mole and deliberately dragged them down? The head of the Jin family glanced at the faces of the Wing Nation clan's patriarch and Qin clan's patriarch. How could he not know what they were thinking? The anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Little brat, you said that you have evidence to prove who was the mole who stole the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Well, now take it out. Take out the evidence. The head of the Jin family said loudly and stared at Lu Ming. That's right. Take out the evidence. If you're talking nonsense, I'll make you beg for death. The head of the Wing Nation clan also shouted. Both of them looked as if they had a clear conscience. This made Lu Ming feel somewhat bewildered. Could it be that these families were really not the mole who stole the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal? Or were they just putting up a front? Well, if you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Lu Ming said loudly. His voice spread far and wide. When Lu Ming's voice fell, a rainbow light flashed in the sky. Then, a figure appeared beside Lu Ming. This figure was none other than Blue Merchant. This was something that Lu Ming and Blue Merchant had discussed long ago. When the time was right, Blue Merchant would appear and show the projection to the public. Blue Merchant, it's you. Seeing Blue Merchant, the heads of the Jin family, Wing Nation clan, and Qin clan couldn't help exclaiming. Obviously, they all knew the Blue Merchant. What? Surprised to see me? Blue Merchant said indifferently. Who is this kid to you? Why are you protecting him? The head of the Jin family asked coldly. Blue Merchant used to be Jing Yu's teacher. In the entire Taishu dynasty, he was a high and mighty figure. His status was much higher than the heads of the three families. But now, they didn't need to be afraid of Blue Merchant at all. He was just a demoted person. Lu Ming? He's my son-in-law. Can't I? Blue Merchant said indifferently. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was Blue Merchant's son-in-law. Lu Ming touched his nose and was speechless. Did this guy really want to sell his daughter to him? He actually said that Lu Ming was his son-in-law in public. However, under such circumstances, Lu Ming couldn't deny it. He could only keep quiet. The evidence you want is in my hands. Then, Blue Merchant added. Many people's eyes fell on Blue Merchant. Did Blue Merchant really have the evidence of a 9-extinction divine crystal being stolen? If so, it was definitely a big deal. Everyone was curious. Then take it out, the head of the Jin family said. His face was calm, and there was no unusual expression. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were a little confused. The other party was so calm. Could it be that they guessed wrongly? Or was he really putting up a strong front? At this point, there was no way out. It all depended on who could keep their composure. Of course, we have to take it out. However, this is a big deal. Before we take out the evidence, I want the Heavenly King Divine Guards to come and be witnesses. Blue Merchant said, Heavenly King Divine Guards. Some people's faces changed. The Heavenly King Divine Guards were a group of guards under the direct command of the 9-extinction Heavenly King. They were all extremely powerful and had great power. They were in charge of enforcing the law. If anyone was found to be the spy who stole the 9-extinction divine crystal, the Heavenly King Divine Guards could directly enforce the law and destroy the culprit. Blue Merchant wanted to put pressure on the other party. If the three families really had spies, they would most likely lose their composure and be blackmailed. As the saying goes, those who confess will be lenient. Those who resist will be punished severely. If they confess first, they might be dealt with lightly. That was the human heart. Blue Merchant and Lu Ming's plan was to use strong pressure to blackmail the other party into revealing themselves first. Okay, then let's invite the Heavenly King Divine Guards. The head of the Wingman family spoke first. I agree to. Then, the head of the Qin family followed. I agree to. Finally, the head of the Jin family nodded. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that they were mistaken? The spy was not one of the three families. Chapter 3089. All right, let's invite the Heavenly King Divine Guards. Blue Merchant said loudly. Then the Wu family and the three major families sent people to invite the Heavenly King Divine Guards. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, there were streaks of rainbow light flying over from afar. As the rainbow light faded, a group of figures appeared in the sky. A few of them were from the three major families and the Wu family. There were more than 10 middle-aged men in purple gold armor. Their auras were as heavy as a mountain, especially the leader. His aura was violent like a war god. He was extremely terrifying. His aura was as strong as the patriarchs. Obviously, he was also a peak divine king. Commander Wang. Long time no see, Commander Wang. Seeing this person, the Jin family patriarch and others greeted him. Commander Wang nodded and said, You said that there is evidence of the 9-extinction divine crystal being stolen. Where's the evidence? Lan Shang said it. He said, He has evidence. The Wingman family patriarch said. Commander Wang looked at Blue Merchant and was slightly surprised. He said, Blue Merchant, you have evidence? That's right. Lan Shang nodded, and then a simple and unadorned axe appeared in his hand. This is my son-in-law, Lu Ming. He obtained the storage ring of the Dark Knight Demon King in a place called Demon Capital Mountain in Chu Tian Starfield. There is this axe in it. A projection is sealed in this axe. It records how the people of the Qin Star area colluded with the spies of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion through the Dark Knight Devil to steal the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal. Blue Merchant said loudly. Then open it and take a look, Commander Wong said. Blue Merchant glanced at the Jin family patriarch, the Winged Man family patriarch, and the Qin family patriarch. He found that the three of them were just staring at him with bright eyes. They did not show any fear or uneasiness. Blue Merchant frowned. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps the three families were not the traitors. However, at this time, the projection could only be made public. All right. Blue Merchant nodded and then formed a seal. The axe glowed, and the projection of Lu Ming that he had seen last time appeared again. Everyone stared at it without blinking. Soon, they finished watching the contents of the projection. It's really the people from Qin Starfield who stole the Nine Extinction God Crystal, and there really is a spy. However, those spies were all wrapped in black robes, and I couldn't see their faces clearly. Furthermore, they didn't reveal which force they were from. But I've finally found the Nine Extinction Godly Crystal. After seeing the projection, the scene fell into an uproar. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Hee, is this your evidence? Although they had found the whereabouts of the Nine Extinction God Crystal, who was the spy? I don't know. The head of the Jin family sneered. That's right. This brat dares to slander our three great clans. How audacious! The head of the Winged Person clan shouted coldly, his aura ice cold. Brat, let me tell you, I want to kill you because you killed my Jin family's geniuses. Today, you must pay with your life. The head of the Jin family shouted coldly and took a step forward. His violent aura soared to the sky, and his killing intent was as cold as a knife. Now, he could finally take action without any scruples. That's right. You killed my son. You must pay with your life. The head of the Winged Person clan flapped his wings, and thunder rumbled like a thunder god. As for the head of the Qin family, his figure flashed, and his aura locked onto the head of the Wu family to prevent him from intervening. Ridiculous. The Jin family has targeted me repeatedly and tried to kill me. Can't I resist and kill back? And Xianxia, in the Starfield ancient city, he targeted my wife and almost killed her. Can't I take revenge? Lu Ming laughed. He was fearless, facing the heads of the major clans. I don't care what reason you have. Since you killed my Jin family's people, you must die. The head of the Jin family shouted domineeringly. His body was covered with dazzling golden light. He stretched out a palm and formed a golden palm, grabbing at Lu Ming. The palm was huge and boundless, covering a part of the void with a terrifying aura. Lu Ming realized that he couldn't move his body at all. His body seemed to be sealed, and he couldn't even blink his eyes. In the face of a divine king, Lu Ming was too weak, like an ant. Stop! The head of the Wu family shouted and wanted to help. However, the head of the Qin family released his aura and locked onto the head of the Wu family. As long as the head of the Wu family made a move, the head of the Qin family would also release a thunderous attack. The head of the Wu family couldn't make a move at all. That kid called Lu Ming is dead meat. It's a pity that a generation's genius provoked the heads of the three major clans. There's no hope for him. Many people sighed. At the side, Commander Wong and the rest of the Heavenly King Divine Guards had no intention of intervening. The golden palm was about to grab Lu Ming. If it hit, Lu Ming would die no matter how strong he was. The gap between them was too big. However, at this moment, a sword light flashed and slashed at the golden palm. Boom! The sword light slashed on the golden palm, and a violent explosion erupted. Then, the sword light and the golden palm collapsed and disappeared. The head of the Jin family narrowed his eyes and looked at the Blue Merchant. Just now, it was the Blue Merchant who attacked. You want to kill him? Have you asked for my permission? The Blue Merchant said indifferently. He took a step forward and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body suddenly relaxed. The pressure that the head of the Jin family exerted on him disappeared without a trace. Huff! Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that his body was drenched in cold sweat. Facing someone like the head of the Jin family, he was under too much pressure. More importantly, he couldn't resist at all. Blue Merchant, you want to intervene? The head of the Jin family said coldly. Of course, he is my son-in-law. Do you think I will watch him be killed? The Blue Merchant said indifferently. What do you do if you don't watch? Do you still think you are the Blue Merchant of the past? The teacher of the rebellious Jingyu? That's all in the past. Back then, your star core was destroyed. What do you have to stop me? The head of the Jin family sneered with slight disdain. What? His star core was destroyed? Lu Ming was shocked. This was the first time he heard of this. It turned out that Blue Merchant's star core was destroyed. After breaking through to the Divine King realm, the divine fire would condense into a star core. The star core was the core of a cultivator. It was no wonder that Blue Merchant, as Jingyu's teacher, was not sealed. Instead, he was allowed to be free. What kind of trouble could a person with a destroyed star core cause? Even if my star core is destroyed, it is enough to deal with people like you. The Blue Merchant smiled faintly, looking very confident. Arrogant. Then let me see what kind of ability you, the person who was called the Imperial Preceptor in the past, have. The head of the Jin family said coldly. He took a step forward and his aura exploded. Chapter 3090. The Jin family head's aura exploded, emitting a dazzling golden light. Then, he slammed his palm toward Blue Merchant. Boom! The void trembled and exploded continuously. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. Peak God King experts really had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and even a life planet. Once they attacked, it was too terrifying. Facing a person with a crippled star core, he used a terrifying killing move right off the bat. He wanted to thoroughly kill Lan Shang. However, in the face of this attack, Lan Shang's expression was calm. The center of his brows glowed, and a resplendent light gushed out, forming runes. These runes intertwined with each other, forming a battle sword. The battle sword pierced through the air and slashed out, stunning the world. Boom! The battle sword collided with the Jin family head's void-shattering palm, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Buzz! The battle sword vibrated continuously, and endless sword chi slashed toward the Jin family head. The Jin family head's body shook violently, and he retreated like a meteorite. He retreated a few thousand miles, and his face was ugly. He was repelled by a person with a crippled star core. Soul power. How can your soul be so powerful? The Jin family head shouted angrily. Just now, Blue Merchant did not use divine power but soul power. However, how could a person's soul power be so powerful? To be able to repel a peak divine king. So what if I don't have divine power to deal with you? Blue Merchant said indifferently. I don't believe it. Void-shattering palm and void-shattering sword. The Jin family head roared, and he used both of his ultimate skills. The golden battle sword pierced through the air, and the golden palm slashed toward Blue Merchant like a heavenly blade. The two types of attacks were aimed at Lan Shang's two vital points. The power of their attacks was shocking. The void-shattering palm and void-shattering sword were both used, but the Jin family head's attacks were 108,000 times stronger than Jin Yuan's. However, Blue Merchant remained calm. His glabella shone, and his soul power surged out, forming runes. Then, it turned into a battle sword, and he slashed out a few times. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged a few more blows, but the result was that the Jin family's patriarch was completely suppressed. He kept retreating, and the golden light on his body dimmed. With his hands behind his back, Blue Merchant stepped out, revealing his peerless elegance. Don't all of you want to attack? Then let's attack together. Blue Merchant's voice rang out, and countless runes transformed into a huge palm that grabbed at the winged race's patriarch. He wanted to fight one against two. A person with a crippled star core was going to fight two peak divine kings at the same time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. The clan leader of the Winged Clan let out a long howl. With a flap of his wings, thunder rumbled and boundless thunderbolts blasted towards the giant hand formed by the blue merchant. But when the palm pressed down, endless lightning was annihilated. The terrifying palm energy sent the winged race's patriarch flying. Dong! Then, blue merchant stepped out, and the void trembled crazily. Endless runes condensed into two giant hands. One blasted towards the clan leader of the Gene family, and the other blasted towards the clan leader of the winged race. The leaders of the two clans screamed and used all of their strength to fight back. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match. They were completely suppressed. After a few moves, the two patriarchs were hit by the giant hand, and their bodies were thrown thousands of miles away. Their bodies trembled, and they vomited blood. They were severely injured. Hiss! Many people at the scene gasped, looking at the figure standing in the void with his hands behind his back. They were filled with shock and disbelief. A person with a crippled star core was able to severely injure two patriarchs with just his soul power. What kind of combat strength was that? If his star core was not crippled, how strong would he be? Everyone seemed to be able to see Blue Merchant's unparalleled glory in the past. Back then, Jingyu had appeared out of nowhere. His talent was unparalleled and rarely seen in the world. At a young age, he rose to power and became the top expert of the Taishu dynasty, suppressing the other princes and even the crown prince. At that time, Jingyu's teacher was also peerless and unparalleled in the world. His strength was unfathomable. At that time, many people thought that Jingyu would become the ruler of the Taishu dynasty in the future and become the sacred emperor of the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, Blue Merchant was called the Imperial Preceptor. Originally, so many years had passed since Lanshan's planet core had been destroyed. Many people had almost forgotten about this person, thinking that he would fall silent and disappear forever in the long river of history. They never thought that Blue Merchant's soul power would be so terrifying. Lu Ming is under my protection. How are you going to kill him? Blue Merchant stared at the clan leader of the Gene family and said disdainfully, "Damn it!" The clan leader of the Gene family and the clan leader of the winged race roared in their hearts. Both of their families had existences surpassing the God King realm, but there were very few of them. They were all old antiques who had lived for a long time and were in seclusion. If they were to invite such people to deal with a heavenly God realm junior, they would be laughed at. Today, with Blue Merchant here, they really couldn't kill Lu Ming. Commander Wong, this Lu Ming killed many of our Gene family's experts in broad daylight, as well as the winged race and Qin family's experts. Such a lunatic, he must be punished. The clan leader of the Gene family suddenly turned to the commander of the Heavenly Divine Guards and said with cupped fists, "That's right. My son, Xiang, was also killed by this person when he was drinking here. He must pay with his life." The clan leader of the winged race also said they couldn't deal with Blue Merchant, so they could only ask for help from the Heavenly Divine Guards. The Heavenly Divine Guards were responsible for guarding the 9-extinction Heavenly King Manor, and this place was also within the 9-extinction Heavenly King Manor. The Heavenly Divine Guards naturally had the right to intervene. Commander Wong frowned, looked at Lu Ming, and said, "Is there such a thing? We tried to kill me many times before, and Xiang almost killed my wife. I'm just taking revenge." Lu Ming said, "Bullshit, it's all nonsense. All of this is nonsense from him. When did my Gene family want to kill him? He's the one who tried to frame us. He even slandered us that we're the spies who stole the 9-extinction Heavenly King Manor." The clan leader of the Gene family shouted, completely pushing away the matter of wanting to kill Lu Ming. As the head of a family, how could he say such words? How shameless! Lu Ming mocked. The clan leader of the Gene family's face was gloomy and said, "A life for a life. Commander Wong, please enforce the law." As long as the Heavenly Divine Guards intervened, it was useless no matter how strong Blue Merchant was. The Heavenly Divine Guards were full of experts, and there were even existences that surpassed the God King realm. Although Blue Merchant was strong, he had not reached the level of surpassing the God King realm. If that's the case, Lu Ming, you'll have to come with us. Commander Wong looked at Lu Ming. Wait. At this moment, the clan leader of the Wu family's voice sounded. Clan leader of the Wu family, do you have something to say? Commander Wang said. Chapter 3091. That's right. The Wu family's patriarch stepped out and said, although Lu Ming killed several people, don't forget that Lu Ming found the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal. This is a great contribution. It can't be offset by the lives of several insignificant people. I think not only is Lu Ming not guilty, he should be heavily rewarded. What? What did you say? You're talking nonsense. The Jin family's patriarch, Wingman family's patriarch, and the others roared, glaring at the Wu family's patriarch. The people Lu Ming killed were the Wingman family's patriarch's son and one of the Jin family's 4 heroes. In the Wu family's patriarch's words, these people became insignificant passers-by. Preposterous. Commander Wang frowned. The Wu family's patriarch was right. Finding the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal was indeed a great contribution. He should be heavily rewarded. These are 2 different things. He found the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal. He indeed has a contribution, but that doesn't mean he can be lawless, disregarding the law, and kill the innocent. The Jin family's patriarch roared. Speaking of contributions, everyone here has contributed to the Heavenly King Manor, but can you disregard the law just because you have contributed? Therefore, these are 2 different things. He should be punished. That's right, a life for a life. This kid must die. The Wingman family's patriarch also roared. Ridiculous. Reward and punishment should be clear. Are the people who died more important than the 9 extinction divine crystal? I think it's enough to offset the fault. I should even reward him. The Wu family's patriarch said. Commander Wang's frown deepened. He was in a difficult position. If it was an ordinary matter, he could easily solve it. But now, on one side was the Jin family's patriarch, the Wingman family's patriarch, and on the other side was the Wu family's patriarch and a blue merchant with unfathomable strength. This put him in a difficult position. No matter how he judged, he would offend one side. I can only try my best to balance it out. Commander Wang muttered in his heart, then said loudly, Lu Ming killed people for no reason. It's a great crime. He should be sentenced to death. But since he found the whereabouts of the 9 extinction divine crystal, his contribution should offset the fault. Lu Ming sneered. Commander Wang's actions showed that he did not offend either side, but in fact, he was still biased towards the Jin family's patriarch and the others. Logically speaking, he discovered the whereabouts of the 9 absolute divine crystal. This was a great contribution. The 9 absolute divine crystal was a precious treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor. How shocking was its value. The Wu family's patriarch was right. To the 9 absolute heavenly king manor, the 9 absolute divine crystal's value was far above Xiang, Jin Yuan, and the rest. This was supposed to be a heavy reward, but the other party had brushed it off with just a few words. However, the Jin family's patriarch and the others obviously didn't want to let it go so easily. No, we can't let him go like this. Wouldn't our Jin family's hero have died in vain? And my son, Xiang. The heads of the Jin and Wingman clan shouted. They didn't want to let Lu Ming off just like that. Commander Wang has spoken. What else do you want? Are you questioning the judgment of the Heavenly King Divine Guards? The head of the Wu family said coldly. I'm not questioning Commander Wang's judgment. I'm questioning whether the evidence of him taking out the 9 absolute divine crystal is real or fake. The head of the Jin family said coldly. These words made many people's eyes move. That's right. Whether the evidence that Lu Ming took out was real or fake, it was hard to judge. What if it was fake? Commander Wang's brows furrowed again. If he really wants to make up for his mistakes, that's fine. Unless he brings back the real 9 absolute divine crystal. How about this? I'll give him a chance. Since he found the whereabouts of the 9 absolute divine crystal, then bring it back and let him complete it himself. The head of the Wingman clan said. His gaze swept around and said, Remember, I'm saying let him do it himself. None of you are allowed to help him. or send anyone to help him. Let him complete it himself. This way, he can make up for his mistakes. Brother Yi's suggestion is good. I agree. I agree too. The heads of the Jin and Qin families spoke one after another. It would be dangerous for Lu Ming to take back the 9 absolute divine crystal by himself. Moreover, they had too many tricks up their sleeves. They could easily make Lu Ming die without a burial ground. No, I object. Isn't it a joke to let a heavenly god take back the 9 absolute divine crystal? The head of the Wu family said. If not, how can he make up for his mistakes? The head of the Jin family did not back down. You, the head of the Wu family, glared at the head of the Jin family. I agree. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Many people could not help but look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming agreed. All right, Wu Hani. This kid has agreed. What else do you have to say? The head of the Jin family said. The head of the Wu family glanced at Lu Ming and shook his head in the end. Since Lu Ming had agreed, what else could he say? Blue Merchant's eyes flashed, but he did not stop him. Remember, you're on your own. Blue Merchant can't help you. The Wu family can't send anyone to help you. Do you understand? The head of the Jin family said. Of course. Lu Ming said. Very well, then we'll wait for your good news. If you can't take back the 9 absolute divine crystal, you'll pay with your life. The head of the Jin family said. That's right. It's settled then. In the end, Commander Wang made the decision. Humph. Let's go. The family head of the Jin family, the family head of the Wingman family, the family head of the Qin family, and the rest cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. They then led the experts of the 3 aristocratic families and turned to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The storm was over. Then, Commander Wang left with his men. Lu Ming, you were too impulsive when you agreed just now. Blue Merchant sighed. What else can I do if I don't agree just now? Lu Ming smiled. The Dark Ice tribe shouldn't be weak. Are you confident? Blue Merchant asked. Although you can't help me, you didn't say that I can't borrow other forces. I can still borrow the forces of the Qin Tian Star Field. I should be able to deal with the Dark Ice tribe. Lu Ming said. I'm afraid that the Jin family, the Wingman family, and the Qin family will secretly attack you. Blue Merchant said. Don't worry about that. During this time, I'll send people to keep an eye on the experts above the Divine King realm. The head of the Wu family said. However, they'll obviously send people to keep an eye on us. So, you'll have to rely on yourself. The head of the Wu family said. Well, thank you for your help this time. I'm very grateful. Lu Ming cupped his fist to express his gratitude. Haha, you're friends with Zifeng. That means you're a friend of the Wu family. How can I just sit by and do nothing? The head of the Wu family smiled. Then, both parties bade farewell, and the head of the Wu family returned to the Wu family. Lu Ming and the Blue Merchant returned to the Starry Camp. Lu Ming, I have a feeling that your trip won't be peaceful. Take this treasure. In the courtyard of the Blue Merchant said. Then, he waved his hand, and a small pagoda flew out. Chapter 3092. This is... Lu Ming stared at the small pagoda floating in front of him with a puzzled expression. This is the King Pagoda. It can greatly affect the star core of a God King. I refined it personally. Take it, it might be useful. Blue Merchant said. King Pagoda. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming had seen this type of treasure in the Demon Capital Mountain before. During the battle in the Demon Capital Mountain, some young geniuses had used similar treasures to besiege the Dark Knight Demon King. This type of treasure could affect the star core of a God King, making it unstable and reducing the opponent's strength. That was how the Dark Knight Demon King had been killed. Of course, this King Pagoda can affect God Kings in the 4th or 5th layer at most. The higher the cultivation, the smaller the effect. You have to use it wisely. Blue Merchant warned. Lu Ming nodded and kept it happily. If he used this King Pagoda well, he could turn the tables at a critical moment. Then, he chatted with Blue Merchant for a while before leaving. When he left, he saw Lanling was still the same as before. She snorted and ignored Lu Ming. Lu Ming was happy to be free. He returned to his residence and bade farewell to Autumn Moon. Lu Ming had no intention of bringing Autumn Moon back to Qin Tian Starfield. Autumn Moon's cultivation had just improved, and she needed time to cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that this trip would not be peaceful. It was better for him to travel alone. However, Autumn Moon also wanted to go back with Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head firmly. Only then did Autumn Moon give up. After bidding farewell to Autumn Moon, Lu Ming stepped on the transportation formation back to Qin Tian Starfield. After a long journey, Lu Ming finally returned to Qin Tian Starfield. He stepped out of the transportation formation in Myriad Spirit Star. Qin Tian Starfield, I'm finally back. Lu Ming took a deep breath and smiled. Now that he had returned to the domain of Qin Tian, he was not only going to wipe out the Dark Iceman and take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, but he was also going to settle some old scores. Let's go back to Kongxian School first. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then, he continued to take the teleportation portal and headed towards the Kongxian School. Teleported to a planet not far away from the Xiankong planet. Then Lu Ming soared into the sky, crossed the void, and rushed towards the Xiankong planet. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it was a piece of cake for him to traverse the universe with his physical body. Now, the speed at which he traversed the starry skies with his corporeal body was even faster than many starry sky battleships. Just like Lu Ming's starry sky battleship, it wasn't even as fast as his corporeal body. Like a phantom, he flew through the universe. In front of him, a planet slowly grew bigger. That was the Kongxian planet. Hoo. Just then, a meteorite came crashing towards Lu Ming. This meteorite had a diameter of 1,000 miles. It had been floating in the starry skies before, but it suddenly came crashing towards Lu Ming. Sneak attack. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly, then threw a punch at the meteorite. Roar. A 9-clawed dragon rushed out with a roar. It was 10,000 meters long, and its body was winding. It rushed towards the meteorite and collided with it heavily. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the meteorite exploded into small pieces of gravel and flew in all directions. Lu Ming could easily smash a meteorite with a diameter of 1,000 miles. Who is it? Lu Ming shouted coldly and looked around. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming, I haven't seen you for a while, but your cultivation has improved a lot. A sneer was heard. An old man appeared at the place where the meteorite had exploded. The elder looked at Lu Ming with a cold and sinister expression. Xianxia, it's you. Murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. This old man was none other than the inner elder of the Kongxian school, Xianxia. His disciple, Ying Tsang, had been killed by Lu Ming. The great sky saint, who was supported by Xianxia, had also been killed by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming killed the great sky saint, Xianxia sided with the Zhizun saint. Later on, the head of the Zhizun family betrayed the Kongxian school and was killed by Lu Ming. However, during that battle, Xianxia had some matters to attend to and was lucky to escape. After knowing that the head of the Zhizun family had been killed, he didn't dare to return to the Kongxian school. However, his hatred for Lu Ming was monstrous. All these years, he had been wandering around the Kongxian planet, waiting for Lu Ming to be alone so that he could kill Lu Ming to vent his hatred. However, he had already arrived at the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Xianxia had waited for so many years. The heavens didn't disappoint those who waited. Finally, he met Lu Ming, who was alone. He attacked without hesitation. The meteorite just now was pushed over by Xianxia. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. Xianxia sneered, his murderous intent incomparably cold. You want to kill me with just you? Lu Ming said indifferently with a trace of disdain. When Lu Ming had just entered the Kongxian school, Xianxia was indeed high and unreachable to him. He could kill Xianxia with a flip of his hand. However, all these were in the past. Lu Ming had grown rapidly. A peak heavenly god like Xianxia was nothing in his eyes. Lu Ming, if it wasn't for someone helping you, I would have killed you with a flip of my hand. Xianxia shouted coldly. The aura on his body was released completely. A strong pressure pervaded between heaven and earth. "Half-step Divine King," Lu Ming said in a low voice. "Haha, not bad. Half-step Divine King, it's all thanks to you." Under such great pressure, I broke through and stepped into the half-step Divine King realm. "No matter how talented you are, you're nothing in my eyes." Xianxia laughed arrogantly. In his heart, no matter how talented and monstrous Lu Ming was, how many years had it been? Lu Ming was definitely not his opponent. After killing Lu Ming, he would find a place to cultivate diligently. Perhaps he could break through to the Divine King realm and become an expert in Xianxia Starfield, living a carefree life. "Oh, since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance. Come, attack me with your strongest attack. I'll let you die in peace," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Brat, what tricks are you playing?" Lu Ming's calmness and confidence made Xiao's eyes slightly narrowed. He was a little bewildered and looked around, afraid that there was someone else around. "Don't worry, it's just me. There's no one else," Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, I don't care what trick you're playing. In the face of absolute power, everything is useless. Die." Xianxia roared and threw a punch. A punch was like a light pillar, blasting towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. It was about to drown Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard. A nine-clawed dragon was formed. It roared toward the sky and pounced on Xiao's punch. The nine-clawed dragon's aura was violent. It was several times stronger than Lu Ming's aura when he smashed the meteorite. Boom! When a nine-clawed divine dragon collided with the elementalist's fist force, it immediately dispersed the elementalist's fist force. However, the nine-clawed divine dragon was completely unharmed. Chapter 30-93. Lu Ming condensed a nine-clawed dragon and easily defeated the elementalist's attack. The nine-clawed dragon was completely unharmed. Your cultivation? How is this possible?" The elementalist's eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. This outcome was completely different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, this move was enough to crush Lu Ming and crush Lu Ming into smithereens. But in the end, this move was easily broken by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body emitted a terrifying aura. He found it hard to believe that Lu Ming's strength had reached such a level in such a short period of time. "What? Is this all you've got? Now it's my turn," Lu Ming said coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. In his opinion, the elementalist's strength was too weak to withstand a single blow. Although the elementalist had reached the level of a half-step divine king, the divine power he controlled was very ordinary. It was only at the level of a king-grade divine power. His strength was far from that of a half-step divine king in the starry camp, let alone Lu Ming. Run, run. At this moment, there was only one word in the elementalist's mind, and that was to run. He retreated rapidly and dashed in another direction. But Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "Ah!" The elementalist screamed in terror. His old face was contorted into a ball, filled with fear. "Lu Ming, spare my life." The elementalist begged for mercy. "Kill." But what answered him was Lu Ming's one word, which was filled with killing intent. "Roar." A nine-clawed dragon roared and pounced towards the elementalist. It grabbed the elementalist with its claws and tore him apart, killing him amidst the elementalist's terrified screams. Back then, Elementalist had managed to avoid a calamity. If not for his appearance, Lu Ming would have almost forgotten about him. However, Elementalist had jumped out to seek his own death. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. After killing the Elementalist, Lu Ming felt much more relaxed and continued flying towards Kongshin School. Not long after, he saw a few streaks of light flying over from the mysterious Void Star. "It's them." Lu Ming smiled. A few elders had come. One of them was Wuxia's father, Wuxia. The other two were also veterans of Kongshin School. Evidently, they had sensed the battle earlier and hurriedly rushed over. "Holy Son Lu Ming, Greetings, Holy Son Lu Ming. When Wuxia and the others saw Lu Ming, they were slightly taken aback and hurriedly saluted him. Elders, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lu Ming smiled. Holy Son Lu Ming, we sensed the fluctuations of a great battle just now. Did you notice it? Wuxia asked. It was Elementalist just now. He wanted to kill me. Lu Ming smiled. Elementalist. Wuxia and the others' expressions changed. Holy Son, are you all right? Where is Elementalist? Even though they saw that Lu Ming was fine, they still looked worried. Elementalist was an inner elder of Xianxia school and a peak heavenly god. I'm fine. Elementalist has been killed by me, Lu Ming said casually. What? Killed? Wuxia and the others were stunned. Then, they scanned Lu Ming's surroundings to see if Lu Ming had any helpers. They found it hard to believe that Elementalist was killed by Lu Ming. Let's go back to Xianxia school. I have something to tell you, Lu Ming said. Then, he flew towards Xianxia school. Wuxia and the others could only suppress their doubts. There are probably other experts following the Holy Son. They just don't want to show themselves. Wuxia and the others thought. They still didn't believe that Lu Ming could kill Elementalist. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others returned to Xianxia school and immediately gathered the upper echelons of Xianxia school. Even though Lu Ming was just a holy son of Xianxia school, his influence was comparable to that of a schoolmaster. This was because everyone knew that there was a terrifying nether dragon behind Lu Ming. After the upper echelons of Xianxia school gathered, Lu Ming told them about the 9 Extinction God Crystal. What? The 9 Extinction God Crystal was stolen by the Dark Ice race. That despicable Dark Ice race. Xianxia Star Zone was almost destroyed. After hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone started discussing. Everyone, I came back this time to destroy the Dark Ice race, take back the 9 Extinction God Crystal, and ensure the safety of Xianxia Star Zone. Therefore, I need the cooperation of the Xianxia school. Lu Ming said. Don't worry, Holy Son. The Xianxia school will do our best. Wuxia was the first to speak. We will do our best to cooperate. The other elders also spoke. As for Ouyang Qingxiang and the others, they naturally wouldn't object. That's good. You can start gathering people during this time. Lu Ming nodded. Holy Son Lu Ming, the Dark Ice race was a big race that competed with the Ice Soul race for supremacy. They're extremely powerful. I'm afraid that the Xianxia school alone won't be a match for them. Wuxia said, Don't worry. I'll make a trip to the Ice Soul race later. I believe that they will be very willing to cooperate. Lu Ming said, That's good. Wuxia and the others nodded. After that, the senior elders left one after another to make preparations. After leaving, they went to a place in the Xianxia school, the Nether Dragon's secret realm. The Bone Demon had taken over the Nether Dragon's body and had been cultivating in the Nether Dragon's secret realm to recover the Nether Dragon's strength. After such a long time, he didn't know how much strength the Nether Dragon had recovered. This time, he might need the Bone Demon's help. With familiarity, Lu Ming entered the Nether Dragon's secret realm and flew toward the Bone Demon's place of seclusion. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge nether dragon lying on the ground like a mountain range. Its body emitted a dim light. Lu Ming, you're here. When Lu Ming arrived, the nether dragon's huge body moved. Its huge eyes looked at Lu Ming. Senior Bone Demon, how's the recovery of this nether dragon's strength? Lu Ming asked. Hee, you can't feel it. The Bone Demon chuckled. Then, a huge dragon aura was emitted from the nether dragon's body. This dragon aura was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. The entire nether dragon's secret realm shook violently. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. It made Lu Ming feel like he was facing peak divine king experts like the Jin family and the Wingman family. This is peak divine king? Lu Ming said with a trembling voice. Kid, you're quite knowledgeable. Not bad. This nether dragon's divine power has been restored to peak divine king. The Bone Demon chuckled, full of pride. Amazing, amazing. Lu Ming, was overjoyed. Lu Ming did not expect that Bone Demon had already restored the Nether Dragon's abilities to the peak of the God King realm. With such abilities, not to mention the Qin Tian Star Sector, even in the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion, he would be an overlord. As long as an existence above Divine King did not appear, it would be invincible. It's a pity that this Nether Dragon has been suppressed for so many years. Its origin has been greatly exhausted. Even if I use all my means, it can only recover to this extent. Could it be that it has surpassed Divine King? The Bone Demon sighed. Chapter 3094. After all, the Nether Dragon had been suppressed for many years. Even with Bone Demon's means, recovering to the peak Divine King realm was his limit. It's okay to use it for now. It's not very useful. I'll have to change it in the future. Bone Demon muttered. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. With Bone Demon's current strength and his help, Lu Ming could do many things with ease. Senior Bone Demon, I'm here to ask for your help. Lu Ming then told Bone Demon about the Dark Ice Tribe and the Nine-Ju Sacred Crystal. Sure, just let me know when you're ready to set off. Bone Demon said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Logically speaking, Bone Demon was not needed to deal with the Dark Ice Tribe this time. However, Lu Ming felt that it would not be so simple this time. He wanted Bone Demon to follow him as a precaution. Lu Ming bade farewell and headed toward the Ice Soul Clan. After arriving at the Ice Spirit Clan, Lu Ming was immediately received by the tribe leader. How is it, Lu Ming? Is there any news about the Nine-Ju Sacred Crystal? The tribe leader could not wait to ask as soon as he saw Su Immo. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and said, the Nine-Ju Sacred Crystal is indeed with the Dark Ice Tribe. It's true. I guessed it right. The tribe leader's eyes lit up. However, I ran into some trouble in the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. This time, the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion will not send anyone to help us. They want us to deal with the Dark Ice Tribe by ourselves, take back the Nine-Ju Sacred Crystal, and hand it over to the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened in the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Of course, Lu Ming skipped over some things that should not be said. I see. The tribe leader nodded and said, we will do our best to deal with the Dark Ice Tribe, but the patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan pondered for a moment. But what? Lu Ming asked. I've been keeping an eye on the Dark Ice Tribe all these years. The Dark Ice Tribe is hiding in a secret place in the Qin Tian Star area. They've built that area into an impregnable fortress. Plus, the Dark Ice Tribe is very powerful. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for the Ice Soul Tribe and the Kongxian School to destroy the Dark Ice Tribe alone. Even if we can, we'll suffer great losses. The chief of the Ice Spirit Clan said worriedly. It wasn't that he didn't know where the Dark Ice Race was hiding. On the contrary, he knew where the Dark Ice Race was hiding. But why hadn't the Ice Soul Clan attacked the Dark Ice Clan and exterminated the Dark Ice Clan for so many years? It was because they weren't strong enough. The Dark Ice Race had set up many great formations in their hiding place. They also had many experts. Even if the Ice Soul Race was stronger as a whole, they would lose a lot of strength if they wanted to destroy the Dark Ice Race. This gave the Red Flame Race an opportunity. That was why the Ice Soul Race hadn't attacked the Dark Ice Race yet. Now, the chief of the Ice Soul Race was also worried about the same thing. Don't worry. This matter concerns the safety of the Qin Tian Star Zone. The other forces can't stay out of it. The Red Flame Race, the three overlords, and the other forces have to send people to fight. Lu Ming said, it's not that easy to get them to send people to fight. The chief of the Ice Soul Race sighed. Send someone to inform them first. If they don't send people to fight, we'll think about it later. Lu Ming said. The chief of the Ice Soul Race nodded. This was the only way. Immediately, the chief of the Ice Soul Race sent messengers to the other forces to inform them to send experts to fight. They wanted to exterminate the Dark Ice Race and take back the 9-extinction Divine Crystal to protect the safety of the Qin Tian Star Zone. Lu Ming waited in the Ice Soul Race's headquarters. At this moment, the various forces were welcoming uninvited guests. In a hall of the Invincible Kenzo, the Invincible Kenzo sect master led the experts of the Invincible Kenzo to welcome a young man. The young man wore a golden robe and stood in the hall with his hands behind his back. He had a proud look on his face. He was only a heavenly god, but he looked as if he didn't care about the supreme beings of the Invincible Kenzo sect master. If Lu Ming was here, he would be able to tell that the young man was from the Jin clan of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Greetings, envoy of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others bowed respectfully to the young man from the Jin clan. No need to be so polite. The young man from the Jin clan waved his hand and said, "Let's get straight to the point. I'm here for the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal." Envoy, didn't you say that the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal will be given 1,000 years later? It's not time yet. The faces of the Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed. Let me finish first. The young man from the Jin clan's face darkened. The Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others did not dare to make sound. There's a man called Lu Ming from the Qin Tian Star Field who came to the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion to investigate the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal, the young man from the Jin clan said. Lu Ming. The faces of the Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed again when they heard that. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. Lu Ming found out about the whereabouts of the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal. The Nine Extinction Divine Crystal is in the hands of a tribe called the Dark Ice Tribe in the Qin Tian Star Field. The young man from the Jin clan continued. The faces of the Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed again. They were surprised. They did not expect the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal to be in the hands of the Dark Ice Tribe. However, this Lu Ming is audacious and has no regard for the law. He has offended a big shot in the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Therefore, the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion sent Lu Ming back to take back the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal. However, the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion will not send anyone to help him. However, I reckon that Lu Ming will ask the local forces of the Qin Tian Star Field to help him take back the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal, the young man from the Jin clan said. After hearing that, the faces of the Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others changed again. After a while, the Invincible Kenzo sect master said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." The Invincible Kenzo sect master will not send anyone to help Lu Ming and prevent him from completing the task. He thought that the young man from the Jin clan had come to warn him not to send anyone to help Lu Ming. This was exactly what he wanted. He did not want to send anyone to help Lu Ming anyway. No, no, no. The young man from the Jin clan shook his head and said, "What I mean is, not only must you send someone, but you must also send all your experts." What? The Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others were confused. Could it be that the messenger was here to help Lu Ming? However, the young man from the Jin clan changed his tone and his eyes flashed. He said, "You must send all your experts. When you take back the Nine Extinction Divine Crystal, you must find a chance to kill Lu Ming. Do you understand?" The Invincible Kenzo sect master and the others were shocked. They finally understood what the young man from the Jin clan meant. The young man meant for them to pretend to cooperate and find a chance to kill Lu Ming. The young man's real goal was to kill Lu Ming. Understood. Don't worry, messenger. We will do our best to kill Lu Ming. The Invincible Kenzo sect master bowed and replied, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 30-95. Killing Lu Ming was exactly what the patriarch of the Invincible Kenzo wanted. He had been thinking about killing Lu Ming all the time. This was great news for him. Of course, he agreed without hesitation. This time, not only you, but all the forces in the Qin Tian Star area that have a grudge against Lu Ming will participate. When the time comes, Lu Ming will die. The young man from a Jin family said, his eyes flashing with cold light. This time, The Jin family, the Wingman family, and the Qin family had sent many young men to the Qin Tian Star area. They knew that the Wu family would keep an eye on the experts of those families. Sending experts to the Qin Tian Star area to kill Lu Ming was inconvenient. After all, they had to go through the teleportation formation. However, the Wu family could not keep an eye on the young men below the Divine King realm. There were too many young men from those families. Moreover, those young men often traveled outside to temper themselves. It was too easy for them to go anywhere they wanted. Therefore, the families had sent some young men to the Qin Tian Star area to communicate with the forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming secretly. How could they let Lu Ming get the 9 extinction divine crystal so easily? They could not let him go back alive. This was the reason why the patriarch of the Jin family and the others had taken a step back. With so many forces joining hands, Lu Ming will die. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo said, "Yes, of course he has to die. Also, this time, my Jin clan has brought you a reward." Then, a jade bottle appeared in the young man's hand. This is... The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo was puzzled. There is a king breakthrough pellet in here. Your cultivation base is in the 3rd king god realm, right? After you take it, your cultivation base will reach the 4th king god realm in a short time. The young man from the Jin family said, "What? My cultivation base will reach the 4th king god realm?" The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo exclaimed. His eyes were burning with passion as he stared at the jade bottle in the young man's hand. If it were not for the young man's identity, he would have snatched it away. Breaking through to the 4th king god realm. He almost jumped up, his face flushed red with excitement. It was too difficult to break through the divine king realm. He had cultivated for countless years and used countless treasures to reach the 3rd sky of king god realm. However, this was already his limit. He understood that it was very likely that he would stop here in this lifetime. However, the king breaking pellet from the young man of the Jin family could help him break through to the 4th king god layer. How could he not be excited? In the Qin Tian Star area, only the Ice Soul clan and the Flaming Flame clan had the 4th sky of king god realm. They were the 2 strongest clans in the Qin Tian Star area. If he were to break through to the 4th stage of the Dao God King realm, he would immediately become an invincible existence in the Qin Tian Star field. His heart was already beating violently. A trace of disdain appeared on the corner of the young man's mouth. In the 9 extinction Heavenly King mansion, not many people would use the King Breakthrough Pill. Indeed, the King Breaking Pill could allow one to break through a cultivation level in a short period of time. However, there was a huge drawback to it, and that was that after breaking through, one could forget about breaking through again, sacrificing the future in exchange for a breakthrough in the present. Which genius would do such a thing? However, it was suitable for people like the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. The Jin family and the Wingman clan were well aware of Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming had a metallic life form that could kill a 3rd king god layer existence. If the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo and the others went to kill Lu Ming, they would definitely not be able to do so. However, if they could break through to the 4th king god layer, they would have a great chance of killing Lu Ming. Take it. Hurry up and break through. The young man of the Jin family handed the jade bottle to the patriarch of the invincible Kenzo. The patriarch of the invincible Kenzo trembled as he received the bottle, and then thanked him profusely. The other senior members of the invincible Kenzo looked incomparably envious. The young man of the Jin family sneered inwardly. He naturally didn't tell the invincible Kenzo about Lu Ming's true strength. If he told them, they would be fearful. When the time came, they wouldn't be as decisive. As for whether these people would be killed by Lu Ming, he couldn't be bothered. In his eyes, these people were trash. If they died, they died. What did it have to do with him? As long as he could kill Lu Ming. If you do well this time, the Jin family won't mistreat you. The young man of the Jin family made an empty promise, then left the invincible Kenzo. At the same time, young men from the immeasurable sacred ground, the Mystic Academy, and the Flaming Tribe arrived. Moreover, They were all given King breakthrough pills to help them break through. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally didn't know about this. He waited quietly in the Ice Soul Clan's residence. Before long, the people the Ice Soul Clan's patriarch had sent to the various factions responded. They agreed, and they said they would do their best. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback when he heard this. That's right. Whether it's the Flaming Tribe or the Invincible Kenzo, they agreed to send people to kill the Dark Ice Soul Clan and take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The reason they gave was for the safety of the Qin Tian Star Zone. That's strange. I thought they wouldn't agree so readily. The Ice Soul Clan's patriarch frowned, full of doubts. Who cares what tricks they're playing? We'll deal with it when the time comes. Perhaps they really do care about the safety of the Qin Tian Star Zone. If they don't take back the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, they'll die in 1,000 years. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming naturally didn't believe that the other party would agree so readily. He guessed that there must be something fishy going on. However, he had the Bone Demon. What was he afraid of? I hope so. I'll start gathering the experts and head to the Myriad Spirit Star, the Ice Soul Clan's patriarch said. Lu Ming nodded, then left the Ice Soul Clan and returned to the Kongshin School. A month later, the experts of the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Flaming Tribe, and the Ice Soul Clan gathered at the Myriad Spirit Star. The Ice Soul Clan is familiar with the territory of the Dark Ice Soul Clan. This time, you lead the way. The Flaming Tribe's patriarch said to the Ice Soul Clan's patriarch. The Ice Soul Clan's patriarch nodded. Then the experts set off. They took the teleportation formation to an area not far from the Ice Soul Clan. Then, they took the interstellar battleships and rushed to the hiding place of the Dark Ice Soul Clan. The interstellar battleships cut across the starry sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Soon, a galaxy appeared in front of them. From afar, this galaxy looked extremely strange. The light of the star in this galaxy was very dim, as if it was about to be extinguished. However, some of the planets around the star were snow-white. From afar, they looked like white pearls. Even though there was a great distance between them, they could still feel a terrifying chill permeating the air. This is where the Dark Ice Soul Clan is hiding. The entire galaxy has been set up by the Dark Ice Soul Clan. It won't be easy to break in. We'll need to work together, the Ice Soul Clan's patriarch said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill, the Flaming Tribe's patriarch said. Okay, let's break the formation first, then kill our way in. The Ice Soul Clan's patriarch nodded. Chapter 3096. After reaching an agreement, they left the cosmic battleship and crossed the starry sky with their physical bodies, rushing toward the galaxy where the Dark Ice Tribe lived. In the starry sky, they rushed forward like shooting stars. This time, the weakest among those who came to attack the Dark Ice Tribe was a heavenly god. They had no problem crossing the starry sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Activate the formation! As soon as they appeared, they were discovered by the people of the Dark Ice Tribe. They shouted loudly. Suddenly, runes appeared on those snow-white planets. These runes intertwined again and formed a huge formation. Whoosh! 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 Then, endless sword lights rushed out from those planets. Each of the battle swords was extremely huge. They were completely made of ice and were tens of thousands of miles long. They were extremely powerful. Humph! You want to stop us with a formation? Destroy them. The leader of the Flaming Tribe shouted coldly. His body was as dazzling as the sun. With a slap, dozens of ice swords exploded. At the same time, the leader of the Invincible Kenzo and the others also attacked. Sword lights rushed into the sky and destroyed those ice swords. They naturally had to attack, now to lower Lu Ming's guard. However, they did not use their full strength. Bam! Bam! The ice swords formed by the Dark Ice Tribe's formation kept exploding. In the face of so many experts from the Qin Tian galaxy, the Dark Ice Tribe's formation was not strong enough. Soon, they rushed into the galaxy. Boom! Boom! The 13 sects of Qin Tian, the Flaming Tribe, and the Ice Soul Tribe had so many divine kings. With so many divine kings attacking together, the power was earth-shattering. Rays of divine light blasted toward those planets. Boom, boom, boom. Those planets seemed to have experienced a magnitude of tens of earthquakes. Every ray of divine light blasted a large part of the planet. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was a true landslide. When a divine king attacked with his full strength, he could really destroy a planet. Moreover, there were so many divine kings. It was devastating. The earth collapsed and the entire planet kept exploding. The formation engraved on the planet was naturally destroyed. There were screams coming from those planets. Those were the people of the Dark Ice Tribe. Under the attack of the divine kings, those people of the Dark Ice Tribe exploded and their bodies and souls were destroyed. How dare the Dark Ice Clan steal the treasures of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion? Kill without mercy. Cold voices sounded out as everyone broke through the barriers. The outermost planets of the star system were quickly broken through. Everyone charged into the depths of the galaxy. There was a huge planet closest to the star. That was the core of the Dark Ice race. Very quickly, all the planets in the periphery were broken through by them. They directly killed their way to the core planet. That is the core base of the Dark Ice race. Kill. The patriarch of the Ice Soul Clan pointed at the vast glacier in front of them and shouted. In front of them was a vast expanse of glaciers. As far as the eye could see, glaciers that were tens of thousands of meters tall could be seen everywhere, and they occupied a vast and boundless area. This was the real core of the Dark Ice Tribe. Many of the Dark Ice Tribe's experts lived here. The chieftain of the Ice Soul Clan led a large number of experts of the Ice Soul Clan to attack the glacier. Lu Ming and the experts from Kongxin School also rushed inside. Boom, boom. At this moment, powerful auras burst out from the endless glacier. Some of them had even reached the Divine King realm. The experts of the Dark Ice Tribe also came out. Bastards of the Ice Soul Clan. Kill. Let's fight to the death. The people of the Dark Ice Tribe roared. They knew that they would not be able to survive today. They could only fight to the death. Many figures rushed out from the endless glacier and fought with the experts of the Ice Soul Clan and Kongxin School. A fierce battle broke out. At this moment, the people of the Flaming Tribe, Invincible Kenzo, Mystic Academy, and other forces slowed down and even stopped at the back. Let them fight first. It's best if both sides are injured. Let's get ready too. The sect master of the Invincible Kenzo and the dean of the Winged Demon Academy communicated secretly. Murderous intent flashed in their eyes. In the end, they stopped at a distance and secretly prepared. These fellows are indeed unreliable. The people of the Ice Soul Clan also noticed those people's actions. However, they were busy fighting with the Dark Ice Tribe and could not do anything about it. There's something fishy going on. Lu Ming stood in the air, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. He naturally saw the actions of the Invincible Kenzo and other forces. If these people want to die, I don't mind swallowing them whole. A black-robed man next to Lu Ming sneered. This black-robed man was naturally Gumo in disguise. No, don't attack unless it's absolutely necessary, Lu Ming said. Gumo was his trump card. He would not attack unless it was absolutely necessary. The two sides continued to fight, but Lu Ming's side had the upper hand. Even if there were only the Ice Soul Clan and Kongxin School, their strength was far above the Dark Ice Tribes. Previously, they had been wary of the killing formation set up by the Dark Ice Tribe. Now that the killing formation had been broken, the Dark Ice Tribe was naturally no match for them. There was an elder from the Ice Soul Clan who was extremely powerful. Wherever he went, no one was his match. He had already killed 6 divine kings. Lu Ming could see that the elder was at the 4th layer of the King God realm. He should be the ancestor of the Ice Soul Clan. The Dark Ice Tribe did not have anyone at the 4th layer of the King God realm. The strongest was at the 3rd layer of the King God realm. The third layer of the King God realm from the Dark Ice tribe was locked in a fierce battle with the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan. However, no one was a match for the ancestor of the Ice Soul clan. He was invincible. His body flashed, and he killed an expert of the Ice Soul clan. With the help of the other experts, the battle was one-sided. Soon, more than half of the Ice Soul clan's experts were killed. Anine, how dare you steal the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? How dare you? Hand over the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan shouted. Don't even think about it. If you want it, come and get it yourself. The Dark Ice tribe's patriarch sneered. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The ancestor of the Ice Spirit clan charged toward Anine, the leader of the Dark Ice clan. Boom! The ancestor of the Ice Soul clan slammed his palm down. A boundless cold wave turned into a terrifying palm energy that shot toward Anine. And Yin's expression changed drastically. He used all his strength to counter the attack. However, a third layer of the King God realm could not withstand the strength of a fourth layer of the King God realm. With a loud explosion, and Yin's body was sent flying. Even though he cultivated ice attribute divine power, a layer of ice still appeared on his body, almost freezing him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, as soon as the blood came out, it turned into ice crystals. The ancestor of the Ice Soul clan pounced on Anine like a ferocious lion. Senior, please spare his life. Lu Ming shouted in time. The ancestor of the Ice Soul clan held back a little. However, Anine was still sent flying. A layer of ice covered him completely, making it difficult for him to move. Chapter 3097. Anine from the Dark Ice clan was frozen by the ancestor of the Ice Spirit clan and could not move. Lu Ming moved and landed beside Anine. Where is the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal? Give it to me, Lu Ming said coldly. How do you know that the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal is in the hands of the Dark Ice clan? Anine asked unwillingly. Oh. It seems that the person behind you did not inform you that you have been exposed? It seems that you have been abandoned by the person behind the scenes. Lu Ming sneered. The other side was not prepared. Obviously, they did not know that they had been exposed. The person behind the scenes did not inform them. Obviously, they had abandoned the Dark Ice clan to protect themselves. Damn it! Anine roared angrily. He had also figured this out, and his anger soared to the sky. You've all been abandoned, so there's no need to hide anymore. Tell me, who's the one behind you? Which family is it? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. Anine shook his head. You don't know? Hee hee. Even at this point, you're still helping to hide it. They've already abandoned you. Lu Ming said coldly. I don't know, I just don't know. Every time we meet them, they're wrapped in black robes and meet at the Devil Capital Mountain. I only know that they are a great force of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, but I don't know who they are. Also, the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal is in my storage ring. Take it. I hope you can let go of the people of the Dark Ice clan with low cultivation. They are no threat to you. Anine let out a long sigh. He knew that he would not be able to survive today. The winner took all. He knew that. He only hoped that the people of the Dark Ice clan with low cultivation could survive. Lu Ming frowned. It seemed that the Dark Ice clan did not know who the person behind the scenes was. This could be inferred from the fact that the person behind the scenes did not inform the Dark Ice clan. If the Dark Ice clan knew who the person behind the scenes was, the person behind the scenes would not dare to let Lu Ming kill them. Was he not afraid that the Dark Ice clan would betray them? It was obvious that the person behind the scenes was not worried at all. He knew that the Dark Ice race did not know who they were. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. This clue was broken again. Could it be that the mastermind was so difficult to find? Then, Lu Ming took in Yin's storage ring and searched through it. Not long after, Lu Ming took out a small dark golden box. After opening it, there was a crystal inside that emitted a shocking energy. This was the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Looking at the 9 Extinction God Crystal, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a fiery glow. The The 9Ju divine crystal was definitely a rare treasure. Its value might not be lower than the stellar core that he had obtained previously. However, it was a treasure of the 9Ju Heavenly King Mansion, and he dared not be greedy. The clan leader of the Ice Spirit clan and the others naturally did not dare to covet the 9Ju divine crystal. It was a hot potato. If they did not handle it well, they would be wiped out. No matter how valuable it was, they could only look at it. Ice Spirit clan leader, this storage ring and the Dark Ice tribe are yours to deal with, Lu Ming said as he handed in Yin's storage ring to the Ice Spirit clan leader. All right, when this is over, we will divide the spoils equally. The Ice Spirit clan's patriarch smiled and put away the storage ring. Then, he looked at an Yin coldly and attacked, killing an Yin with a final blow. He would not let an Yin go. The battle that followed did not have any suspense. The Dark Ice tribe was almost completely wiped out. However, the Ice Spirit clan did not kill all of them. They did not kill some of the weaker members of the Dark Ice tribe. After cleaning up, the Xianxia school and the Ice Spirit clan met up and flew out. Ice Spirit clan leader, be careful later, Lu Ming reminded the Ice Spirit clan leader. The Ice Spirit clan leader's eyes flashed. He was a smart man and naturally knew what Lu Ming meant. The Flaming Tribe, the 3 overlord forces, and some top sects did not follow. They most likely did not have good intentions. He secretly ordered the people of the Ice Spirit clan to form a large array. Soon, they flew out of the glacier. Boom, boom. As soon as Lu Ming and the others flew out of the glacier, powerful auras came from all directions. Countless figures appeared from all directions and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Their powerful auras firmly locked onto them. These people were the Flaming Tribe, the 3 overlord forces, and the other sections. What do you want? The Ice Spirit clan leader asked coldly. It's simple. Hand over the 9 extinction divine crystal. Also, Lu Ming, kill yourself. The invincible Kinzo sect leader took a step forward and said in a cold voice. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the Xianxia school and the Ice Spirit clan changed drastically, especially the people of the Xianxia school. Their expressions were even uglier. These people were targeting Lu Ming at this time. You guys are really greedy. Not only do you want the 9 extinction divine crystal, but you also want my life. Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. His face was calm, and there was no trace of worry. These people's actions were within his expectations. Ha ha! Today, all the major forces are here. I'm not afraid that you can overturn the situation. Lu Ming, you'll definitely die today. I advise you to hand over the 9 extinction divine crystal, and we'll give you a quick death. The Winged Demon Academy's dean sneered. If they took the 9 extinction divine crystal to the 9 extinction Heavenly King's residence, they would definitely be rewarded. They would not miss this opportunity. This operation could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. Lu Ming, don't believe them. Even if you agree to them, they won't let us go. The Ice Spirit clan leader shouted. The other party had mobilized so many people. How could I let them go so easily? Ha ha ha, you're right. Today, the Ice Spirit clan and Xianxia school will be destroyed. A big man from the Flaming Flame clan laughed. He was the Flaming Flame clan leader. Let's rush out together. At this moment, the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor shouted angrily. His aura burst out, and he wanted to rush out from one of the directions. Old Ice, your opponent is me. An old man from the Flaming Flame clan dashed out. His body was covered in flames like a sun as he attacked the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow. It was earth-shattering. The sky trembled. Half of the sky turned into ice and snow, while the other half turned into flames. Old Flaming Flame, the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor, shouted angrily. The old man from the Flaming Flame clan was the Flaming Flame clan's ancestor. He was also in the 4th layer of the King God realm. The Flaming Flame clan and the Ice Spirit clan's ancestors were both in the 4th layer of the King God realm. That was why the two clans have been fighting for so many years without a clear winner. Kill! The Flaming Flame clan's ancestor shouted and rushed towards the Ice Spirit clan's ancestor. The two experts engaged in a fierce battle. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.